Well, it looks like we are live. So welcome to the November 4th, 2020 Bellevue School District Board of Directors regular meeting. And we are glad to see everyone here tonight, this night after our election. And we're going to go ahead and get started with our Pledge of Allegiance. Jen, could you lead us in that, please? Oh, sorry, we're going to do roll call, and then we'll get started in just a moment. I'm Christine Chu.
Francine Weist.
Carolyn Watson.
Erica Malik will join us just a few minutes late, and then Seema, you're there, sorry.
No worries, Seema Serafin.
Eva Collins.
Great, thanks everyone. And before we have Jen lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, celebrating this democratic republic that we live in, I just want to take a moment to appreciate that we had our democratic election this past Tuesday, and I also want to recognize that we are in a very tumultuous time. We have COVID cases on the rise around the nation and in our communities. We have an election that's very divisive in some ways and raising lots of issues that are bringing people to feel unsupported and unsafe. We have the darkening days and the weather changing, and this can all weigh on everyone. So I want to do two things. First, I want to say a statement of gratitude, compassion, and affirmation for all of our students, our families, our educators, all our staff, and our community partners. We support you, we appreciate you, and we hear you and are with you in this time. And second, I want to let you know that there are resources if anyone needs them. There's been some mail sent out to our staff about resources from Wellspring and mental health supports. There are resources for students and families that have been sent out, and these resources are also on our web pages, and we'll probably hear more about them in various parts of this meeting to come. But thank you to everyone for the work that you are doing, the patience that you are showing each other, and the grace that we are using together to move forward. So thank you for that. Jen, with that, could you please lead us in this Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. And that brings us, I think, to our land acknowledgement. Francine, would you be so kind as to share that with us again tonight?
Sure. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our broad community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you, Francine. And now I'd like to acknowledge a few other events. Over time, in the course of a school year, there are many events that unfold. Apologies for that. There are many events that unfold. And Mike, if you can advance the slide, that would be great. Then we can acknowledge some of those events that help remind us to have awareness of various cultural and historical traditions and important things that have contributed to our communities. To appreciate, reminding us to take time to appreciate those who are contributing to our journey along the way, and to just recognize the historic significance and contributions of others who have held us up in this journey that we all make together. So this month we call out National Native American Heritage Month. We appreciate that School Psychology Awareness Week, American Education Week, and Education Support Professionals Day are celebrated in November. And we celebrate Election Day yesterday. So those are some things in November that are important to us in many different ways. And now we'll go ahead and keep moving through our meeting agenda to the approval of the agenda. This is prior to talking about the consent agenda. Are there any things about the order of the agenda or contents on today's agenda that board directors would like to see differently or would like to add, subtract, move? Seema, please.
Thank you. So this is rare for me, but I would like to actually ask us to scale back on section 7. we usually run out of time. And so for tonight, I would ask that we narrow our focus to essentially 7.3, the reporting, the board governance and reporting calendar, and 7.4, our organizational meeting. I would ask that we put off 7.1, 7.2, and 7.5. And the reason for that is I think the board development plan is something that, and the agenda planning, I feel like that is an appropriate substantive area for the next president, vice president to weigh in on, I think, more directly with everybody kind of involved. So I would ask that we put that off to our maybe December meeting. And in terms of the board resolution, I appreciate the sentiment, but the reason I'm asking to take it off is I think that is something that is probably appropriate for the superintendent to issue. And so I would rather not, again, take up time discussing that then. I'd rather use the time for talking about 7.3 and 7.4. And I would say notably what I don't want to run out of time for is 8.2, because for liaison updates, there's some really important substantive updates in there, and we just tend to run out the clock, not on purpose, but we just don't have enough time. So that's my request.
Are there any other comments before? I have a couple comments, but I want to make sure that we've got everything in the queue here for discussion first. So Seema, I am more than happy to accommodate the prioritization of those items for discussion. I am not interested in removing item 7.1 from the agenda. I think it's a really important thing during this time. It's something that our board has historically made statements on. We made a statement at the time of the last election. Staff came in and reviewed this and gave feedback to it. They believe that it actually helps reinforce the values and pieces that they are putting together and taking action on, and that they would appreciate having a statement made. And so I don't think it's a good idea to remove that from the agenda. Also, I would suggest that if there's time, I think it's important to put the board development plan and put that up for discussion, because there's no need to pass it tonight, but it is important to get feedback so that someone can construct an updated plan. So it's certainly appropriate for us to hold off on finalizing any sort of development plan until December, but not having any input into it, I think just further puts it out, and it's very hard to organize and then get it going and get dates set if we just keep waiting to kind of take action. So I would propose to respect the things that you've suggested, that we reorder section 7 so that 7.3 and 7.4 come first, and that then we can talk about 7.1 and 7.2 time allowing. And if you wanted, we could even put 8.2 up in there as well.
Sure, why don't we do that? Why don't we do that, and then we can discuss those, additional things when we get there.
Okay, so we will reorder section 7 so that 7, 3, and 4 come first, and we will reorder section 8 so that 8.2 comes first. And board directors, is there anything else that you want to add to this? Okay, so I don't think we need to take a vote unless anyone's opposed or wants to have a vote on this. Great, so then we will move forward on with our agenda. So then let's go ahead on to the consent agenda. Are there any questions, comments, or things that people would like to pull out of the consent agenda tonight?
I would like to suggest that the committee plans, that we pull that and then just do the approval of them after the discussion of 7.4. I'm not sure if we've ordered anything, simply because there could be an impact on the committee plans based on that discussion.
That sounds
I'm
fun.
actually glad you pulled it out. Yeah, I actually wonder, I mean, what if our committee discussion, which is why I kind of feel like some of it requires more time. I mean, I don't know that I think we need that many committees, and that's part of my challenge. So we would be approving committee plans, even though I think there's a broader discussion to be had of should we have all those committees.
I think that is one of the things that Francine was going to propose. So, so why don't we have the discussion of committees when we talk about the, where is it? I'm just going to scroll down here. When we talk about item 7.4, why don't we bring up the committees then? And why don't I propose something? The way that our policy is, we're supposed to have a committee plan approved by the beginning of the school year, and then we refresh that in January. But considering the date that we're in, since we're already in November, maybe we should just hold off on doing anything about approving committee plans and just let that refresh happen naturally in January after we've reestablished committees and so forth. So we don't have to do any voting or substantive discussion on the plans, but we can talk about committees when we talk about assignments. Does that work?
Yeah,
Francine,
I was going to
last
suggest
chapter?
something along those lines, or that simply that then it was reflected in the status updates, which I think are due in December, January timeframe. But either way, I think that would be fine.
Great. So we will remove item 2.10, oh sorry, 2.8 from the consent agenda. Are there any other questions or thoughts on the consent agenda? Okay, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, can I have a second? Great, thank you. Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda as amended? Anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda as amended? All right, then let's consider the consent agenda approved, and we will move forward to item 3. Now, item 3 is our COVID adjusted learning updates. We've added, at the request of the district, some other updates about learning and learning issues that they wanted to bring up and get some input and give some updates on. I wanted to just clarify some of the things that have happened in the last 2 meetings. The remote to in-person progression, or the return to buildings progression, that document, the updated plan for that will be provided in the next week or so, but there is an update here on the status for this time around. And then secondly, the back to school progress monitoring plan, we weren't planning to discuss that tonight, but the updated version based on comments in the board meeting is provided for reference here, so people can see that. In addition, what we agreed to at our last meeting was that board directors would receive, and the community would be receiving, regular updates about the status of things, and that those updates would go out in email or on the website or different places, and that we would use our time in this COVID adjusted learning updates to talk about those things that board directors had significant questions or concerns around, or that the district needed some input or had some need to really share some changes in. So there were some updates sent out last week. Eva's gonna kind of walk us through things, but the full set of data updates hasn't happened yet, but that will be, you know, slowly increasing over time, the information. So these are the items that were requested to be included this week for discussion. Underneath the back to school progress monitoring, I just want to call out, there's a really important discussion topic there about enhancing remote learning. So that's also a very substantive thing. And then in that section 3.3, that's the place where board directors can ask questions or look for any updates or discussion around things that they have been updated in on the past. So this week, the college supports were one of the big updates that were provided. So that'll be the place where folks can ask questions about that and bring up that topic. And if there were any other reports like the engagement data or what have you, that's the place to bring it up. And I don't know, I think there's just an artifact of that 60 and 30 minutes left over that's not actually intended. The entire section has up to 90 minutes if we need it. Staff was thinking we might actually only use 60, but we'll use what we need. We left the full time there so that we could have the discussion. And the purpose of each discussion, you know, we've had some feedback about board meetings that we take to heart. And so I've been working with the staff and with my fellow board member Francine about how we can make changes and things to this to our agendas. And I think our board has been talking for a couple of years and slowly making changes in how we run our meetings and our discussions. So those are things that we've been looking at. And for tonight, one of the things that we did is to make sure that it's clear what's the purpose of this discussion. Is this discussion for information, for questions, for input, for direction? What are we trying to accomplish during this discussion? So hopefully that will make this a smoother meeting for everyone involved and help us to accomplish the right thing for the kids that we're trying to support. So Eva, are you going to walk us through this section with help from a few other folks?
Yeah, thank you. I think for the stakeholder, for 3.3.1, the stakeholder data, we are, as Dr. Chu mentioned, hot off the press with an analysis that we're doing on the family stakeholder feedback that we received. And you're receiving that, you should be receiving that probably in your inbox right about now. Instead of going through that with you tonight, what we decided is to give you some time. It's a lengthy document. There's a lot in there. So we thought we'd give you some time to look at it rather than us trying to sort of breeze through it, and then give you some time to look at it, think about it, make some notes, and have some questions ready for us the next time that we meet. Meanwhile, we'll make sure to give you updates in your Friday newsletter. So rather than us giving it to you cold, we decided that we would do that. But I do have a couple of just highlights for you to think about as you're looking at the family survey. That what you will likely notice is that on average, both of our student survey and our parent survey rated their overall experience with school last week as a 3.5 out of 5 stars. So this is up slightly from last spring, but certainly not where we want it to be. So we do have some work to do in order to make sure that we're giving the kind of quality experience we want for all kids. And this is how they rated their experience to date. About 40% of our students reported having enough opportunities to connect with other students. You remember that, and this is similar for both parent and secondary student surveys. Remember that peer connection is something that we identified as a critically important item that kids brought up, parents brought up repeatedly last spring and even this fall. And so what we're at is about a 40% saying that they have sufficient opportunities for that. And they gave us some ideas on things that we could do to improve that. We had about another 40% that said, we do have some opportunities, but we'd like more from our kids. So our kids are reporting that they have some opportunities, they would like more opportunities. So hope we're going to be measuring this again, and we want to see that those kind of indicators going up. And then finally, about 90% of our families reported that they know how to get support. They know where or how to get their child support for remote learning, including meals, technology access, and basic needs. You're going to hear some more about that at the from Michael May when he does his report, but we wanted you to know that when you look at the survey, you're going to notice that that was about 90%. Remember, we want all of our families to have that information, but that's a pretty good number for a starting point.
Thanks, Eva. I think you might have jumped ahead of things on us here.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I think we're at the top of section 3. So yeah. Do you want to jump back to 3.1 and then we can come back and hit questions on that when we get back to it? Is that okay?
Oh, certainly. We're at the election.
Yep.
Please feel free to interrupt me if I'm going on, because I was looking at my screen and I read point 1. I apologize for that. We have Kelly Aramaki here. Dr. Aramaki, would you please join us to share some information on the many things that we planned and did to be proactive in supporting our student, staff, and families during the election?
Sure. Yeah. Hi. Happy. Sorry. We just ended our principals meeting, and so I'm just kind of reorganizing myself. But yeah. So we I think learning from 4 years ago, from the elections 4 years ago, we wanted to make sure that we were really well prepared as a school district to support our students, our staff, and our families during this election season. Particularly given how divisive conversations have been nationally. And so we just wanted to make sure that we walked in prepared, and even over prepared in some cases, so that if anything happens, that we have things that we can handle things well. And so I just want to show you, Jen, am I able to share my screen for a quick second, or?
Yep, you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, let me see here. I just want to show you a couple of quick slides. We showed this to principals this morning too. Okay, so so we built out this somewhat comprehensive presidential elections response plan to be in support of our kids and the families and our staff who are working with kids. We talked about, we kind of played out possible outcomes that we might be facing, and then the possible impact on our community, which included student well-being, staff well-being, our community safety and security, our harassment, intimidation, and bullying, civil unrest potentially, but most importantly, I think student conversations in the classrooms about the elections. These are all the different departments that work together to problem solve and plan, from safety, security to our counselors, our social emotional learning department, and on and on. And then this is just the kind of the timeline of the things that we did. So there you can see election day, but leading up to election day, we had a team of educators and our equity specialists work on developing guidance for teachers on how to facilitate compassionate conversations about the elections in the classroom. And so some of that's in response to families concerned about what these conversations are going to be like in the class, how inclusive we're going to make those conversations, but while ensuring that kids aren't going to be having to face discrimination or bias and things like that in the classroom. So we wanted to make sure we equipped our teachers. We did some training. Our equity specialists led a training for the racial equity teams at each of the buildings around this. And then schools have just been collaborating on supporting teachers as well. Safety and security has been planning just in the event of civil unrest and coordinating with the city. Our Corinne and Maria did some work preparing our counselors for this week. So they met with the counselors, made sure the counselors had the resources that they needed. We've been working with school admin, which includes today just talking about like how to engage with your staff tomorrow morning as the kids are about to come back in to synchronous learning. And then how to just make sure that your teachers are being taken care of too, because people are dealing with the elections in different ways. Some are fine, others are they're going through quite a bit of stress and anxiety. So we want to make sure we support our staff. We are working to coordinate community resources with our community partners. We sent out a board communication to you so that you can see what we were doing. We wanted to make sure that our Bellevue Council PTSA was involved in communication. And then we recently sent out a staff wellness resource. So we have a newsletter that comes out from HR, but just making sure that teachers know that they are cared for, that there's resources for them. And then after Election Day, what we're working on is potential communication. We're ready, if needed, to send out communication to the community, which is partly is what Christine was talking about too from the board. If there's statements that need to be made, and we're working to support our families, increased family support through Family Connection Center. The principals are planning huddles this week with their staff just to bring it together, talk through, go through scenarios, and help make sure that teachers are prepared for the conversations in the classroom. And then we're just gonna be with our kids and engage them in great civics learning. I mean, it's a challenging time, but it's a prime time for kids to learn about how government works and elections and voting and all of that. We are ready, if needed, to engage with families in family sessions around the elections or around stress and anxiety if necessary. So we're ready to go with that if needed. And we've asked safety and security and our staff to closely monitor our technology, Gaggle and Safe Schools, in case kids are feeling unsafe or feeling targeted, or if there's any divisiveness that's coming into the Bellevue School District community. We just want to make sure that we are on top of that because we don't tolerate those types of things in our schools. So it's not everything, and it's there's things I'm sure that we have missed, but we felt like it was a pretty good response. We feel super prepared for this week. And then that's it. I have an example of what we sent out to teachers, but some do's and don'ts. This is what you should do. This is what you shouldn't do. And then here's an example of what our Thrive newsletter looks like, but it's a special edition for elections. But I think for the most part, our principals reflected today. A bunch of them have been talking with staff for a couple of weeks now, and they feel like the staff felt pretty prepared. And so there weren't any major surprises and things like that. And that's what I have for you.
I just want to appreciate Dr. Aramaki for the proactive approach and initiative that he took in working with our leaders in our schools, and to just be prepared and try to think of all of the different angles that we could work with rather than being reactive, being proactive. And so I want to appreciate him and just acknowledge that effort.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Kelly. It is indeed an important thing, and we really appreciate the work. Board directors, do you have any questions about this that you wanted to raise?
No, just great work. Great work.
Okay. All right, then I think we're ready to move on to item 3.2. Thank you.
Melissa DeVita, this is your part.
Can we put up the attachment, please, real quick? Thank you. Good evening, board. Melissa DeVita, Deputy Superintendent, Finance and Operations. I just wanted to share with you kind of where we were with the extension of some of our in-person services. At our last regular board meeting, we talked about extending the remote learning until we got to January or the end of first semester at secondary. At the same time, we did talk about expanding in-person services for students based upon the Department of Health's decision tree. And then in our special meeting last week, we did talk about our progression from where we are to returning to buildings and being back in buildings. And so that is being updated based upon that conversation, and we should have it available this week and on our website by the end of this week. But in the meantime, I did want to share with you the work that we are doing right now. So we are still in the second stage and looking at potentially moving to the third stage, but we haven't pulled that, we haven't moved yet. And but we are expanding some of our in-person services that we're offering. So there are the dates of when we started, and you can see we've done quite a bit between September moving into November. And in the first week of November, so on the 2nd, just 2 days ago, we added 45 multilingual learners. They are at Highland and Sammamish. These are primarily our emerging learners, and they're coming in for an hour at a time to get ELL services and English language learning opportunities. So in addition, then in a couple of weeks, we're going to start our mental health drop-in services, and there is screening that will take place to help identify students that may have a need for additional mental health supports. And so that will start on the 19th. ECAP preschool, we do have students already in person for our ECAP preschool. We've got 108 students in person, but we've also been serving 20 students remotely. And so we're offering these students an opportunity to come in and participate in in-person learning. And then we've got a few things that are in process. We don't have specific start dates yet, but we're looking at the second wave 1.5 of our special education services for students in K through 12. The school-based health center at Highland Middle School, we're opening that to scheduled appointments. And then finally, Some of our individual schools are adding student supports or internet cafe type of services. The first two that have been working on this are Odell and Highland, and each will have about 50 students coming in on a daily basis. So that is where we are at with in-person services. I know that we discussed that we had put together a process for schools to submit proposals of things that they would like to do to expand in-person services. That is in place, and so we expect some additional updates over the next week or so. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Melissa. This is super exciting to see the progress that's happening and getting kids these experiences. I mean, literally, we're serving over 2,000 kids in person, and really excited to see that happening. Thank you. Questions from board directors? All right, so that takes us then down to item,
I guess I just going to clarify, I was making an assumption that maybe she already said this, but we'll get this over time as it updates. So we'll always kind of know what the numbers are.
Yeah,
this is weekly.
The plan is to provide it to you Friday in Friday updates, and I think Eva's going to show you what the initial plan is to provide you every Friday in one of the next
really
sections.
Helpful because it, people do ask, they think, that we'll know, how many are there for this and that. So this is great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Francine, did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, please. So the clarification with, for example, the multilingual learners, 45 students, is that because the rest are choosing to have the services remote? Is that potentially increasing? And then are we sending all of the elementary students also to Highland and Sammamish, or when we list secondary schools, that means that the services are geared towards secondary students?
I am going to ask Heather Edlin or Sharon Couts to answer that, if one of them are on.
I'm happy to speak to that. If Sharon is here, though, MLL is Sharon's department, so I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I'm happy to speak to what I know about it if Sharon's not here.
Please share.
I'm here.
Okay. Oh, go for it.
Yeah, right now we started, the MLL department had a committee come together to figure out the criteria for who we would be bringing back in person first. And we started with students that we haven't been able to engage. They've had a hard time engaging. And so we actually had kids coming into the technology center even sooner than this past week, because we were finding that they were having a difficult time just being able to engage in the teams and the technology, and so provided them with that support first. And as we open up more of the schools, kids will go to their home school. I think those were your two questions.
Yeah, overall, I just wanted to get a sense of, when we say 45 students, is that, the cap? Is that wave one? Is it just secondary students? Are the rest choosing not to come in? So just to get some little bit more framework around that, and I gather as time goes on, we'll have perhaps more rows in this chart. But just right now, since it is that first phase and we've been waiting a while to see these supports go to in person, I just wanted some more context.
Yeah, right now we're starting with secondary students. And the plan is to continue to add on more and more students. As we're reaching out to kids, we are finding that some are saying, no, thank you. I'd rather just keep doing this virtually. So we're honoring those requests. But we do plan to continue to add. For example, Highland is going to be adding more students starting, I believe, on the 12th. And we'll keep adding at all the different schools as soon as we have school buildings available for them.
And is that similar for the incompletes? I mean, I think from the reports we received earlier, we had more than 12 students with incompletes from last year.
Yeah, so they are serving some of those students remotely because they were not interested in coming in person, I believe, and Patty can probably provide more information on that. Patty?
Yes, thanks for that question. For the students that received incompletes, there were individualized plans made with every student. Many of those students we finished up the last week after school was out. Then some of the students also came in the summer and worked with grad success coaches to finish it up. And as you recall, a student can also go in the next series of a class, demonstrate proficiency in that standard, and then that will then in turn shift the I grade to the A grade. So we then went to the students that the plan was always to provide additional support this fall, which ended up, when all was said and done, being a small number because of the front-loaded work that we did with kids the week after school was out in the spring and over the summer. So we actually reached out to every kid that needed that, offered it, and these are the kids that we have that is their plan. The rest that are left are getting it through the next progression in that series of a class.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, I wish there were a way to capture that in here so that it's just clear that that these numbers, since there's no denominator, right, that we have a sense that we really are reaching each of the students who have these needs and they're getting the supports. And then well, I'll just ask one more question in here. So I don't see beyond the preschool, our younger learners, so like the K1-2, who don't fall under, for example, students receiving special education services. I heard that we're going to get more updates over time. Is that in the schools are putting forward proposals category, or is that going to be a separate row?
That will be a separate row, and that will be as we move into stage 3. So stage 3 has K1 and 2 coming in person, and it doesn't necessarily mean that all 3 grades will come in person at the same time.
Okay. And we're not setting any dates right now on that.
No, but we're going to start working on that. Our plan is to start working on that.
Okay, thank you.
And
Francine, I want to add one other thing to this real quick.
Oh.
Our administrators and our teachers, remember the other thing we were doing was opening up all of our buildings for teachers to teach out of their own classrooms and administrators. And so that will be happening on the 12th. So we'll have administrators in each building, maybe not all of the administrators associated with the building, but at least one on site every day, and support from an office person. And then teachers can also move into the building starting on the 12th.
I wanted to add, Francine, to your comment about, this doesn't quite give enough information. And so when we give this to you on Fridays, we'll add another column that'll say notes. And in the notes, we can put some context to the data that's there. So if needed, so we could add in there. And I think as we do this, and as you guys ask questions for us to clarify, then it'll help us get better at how we're communicating. We'll just get better and better at how we're providing this. And whenever you want to, you can always, obviously you can always contact us to ask for clarifying questions, but we can always talk about it at a board meeting. Just because we're sending it to you on Fridays doesn't mean therefore it's off limits at the board meeting. We can always talk about it at the board meeting, but we'll try to give you just enough information that it's still easy for you to consume and understand, but not like too much information.
All right, board directors, does that answer all of your questions about the return to in-person services? All right, then we'll go ahead and move on to item 3.3, please.
Okay, so Eva had started talking about stakeholder data. I don't know if we want to revisit that or.
I think if there's any highlights you want to call out, it's fine, but and my understanding was that she was thinking we would unpack that in greater depth, but it might inform the conversation for 3.3.2 on enhancing the remote learning experience. So whatever you think you need for that conversation, let's go ahead and bring it forward, please.
Yeah, first of all, Jen, did you happen to forward that to the board?
Yep.
You guys got it? Okay, good. You're going to see that it's a lot to consume in one take. So Melissa, was there anything else you wanted me to add before you start talking about enhancing the remote learning experience? I mean, there are definitely things that I've shared with you in the past that we're working to enhance. For example, student access to information, that when they had multiple platforms and multiple places where teachers were putting assignments or announcements, that was confusing for our students and our parents. And so things like that we call sort of low-hanging fruit that we're trying to resolve, but also the instructional experience and how we're enhancing that. Kelly Armaki talked about the certificated administrator meeting today, where we focused. We did provide some information about the elections, but the bulk of our time was spent on enhancing instructional practice, how to improve instructional practice in remote learning. So there were a lot of strategies that were discussed and highlighted and shared with our principals and instructional technology curriculum leaders that we can roll out and enhance with our teachers. So does that help, Melissa?
Yeah, so if you want to bring up the slide 332 real quick. So there were a lot of, when the decision was made for us to not come back until January, there were a lot of questions and a lot of looking back at shoulda, woulda, coulda. And I obviously agree with some of the things that we could have done looking back, and things there's decisions I would have made that were different given where we are now and what we are doing going forward. And so in light of that, as I started to continue to look at where our numbers are and where they're going, so we're at 122 per 100,000, and we have not yet started to turn down. This is the highest point we've been to yet. And I don't want to be like Miss Negative here. On the other hand, I want to continue to plan and be prepared for if we continue this trend and don't get it turned around in our community, and we need to be in remote learning longer than we would like to be, then I just want to make sure that we have a conversation about what are some of the things in your mind where we could enhance the learning experience for students. Now, I do know that Wednesdays is a big conversation, and we do have a plan for that, and it is in the MOU that we are finalizing right now. So more information will come out on that itself. But if there are other things that you would like to make sure that we focus on, we are going to move forward with our youngest learners. And looking at ways to interact more in person with our youngest learners. But in terms of the remote learning experience itself, are there things that you would like to see us incorporate or do differently in better support of our students? Because we could be remote learning until March or April or...
Or maybe we could be remote learning long for some kids and not for others, but it's still like we should be thinking about this. Do you want us to lead maybe with some of the things that you're already thinking about based on the data that you have, based on the stuff from kids and families? Yeah.
Sure. So we've done some, we've actually done some research on some of the best practices out there and what's working in system and what's not working in systems. And so, for example, one of the things that has been talked about is incorporating more team teaching so that you're leveraging the experience of various teachers in terms of working together to better support students. Some teachers, as we know, are stronger remote teachers than others, and so is there a way to leverage that with our students? So that's one example of something that we could potentially look at. I wonder if we could get some of our secondary students back in small groups, if that is a priority, to at least have them in, you know, once a month or once every 2 weeks or something. Does that make sense for kids? Basically allowing the kids, though, to make those choices, not forcing them, obviously. That could be another potential. Let me see what else is out there. Obviously, we've been working on the technology integration. Let's see. There's just information on instructors. There's information on digital mindsets for learning. So there's a lot of just various things out there, but I'm just curious if you guys have anything that is on your list of things that you really would like us to consider as we're looking at the potential and planning for the what ifs. So what if we're in this scenario until April? What else should we be trying to incorporate? Because that's a long time for our kids to be out of school, right? A year. So are we doing everything that we can to support our kids in the remote learning?
So I have several questions, but I'm going to go ahead and see what my fellow directors want to ask about first. So I don't see anyone with a virtual hand up. Oh, Seema does. Seema, can you jump in, please?
Yeah, Erica had her hand up too, so maybe I can go, and then Erica. I wanted to just offer maybe a way to frame some of this. Melissa, I don't know if this is going to directly address what you're asking, but I have been thinking about, can we sharpen our focus by like maybe identifying areas where we think there's greatest need, and maybe as just a starting point, thinking around like, how do we improve instruction? How do we improve peer connection? Like 2 pillars, how do we improve sort of the leveraging of technology? And who do we think maybe is most at risk? And if we just maybe started with those pillars, these are off the top of my head, I'm sure we can do better than what I just did. Then under those, we can then think about experiences. So Melissa, to your point, you know, I'm like, hey, can we use the outdoors as much as possible? You could think of like the peer connection, and under that rubric, you know, Christine's flagged before about, you know, the degree to which students really thrive when they have sports and they have activities through which they've had friendships. I've noticed how excited kids I've seen were just to go back to campus to get a picture taken or a laptop, and it screams out, I just want to see other kids. So I wonder if we can like offer ideas, but have them anchored around those pillars. And why I offer that is that it would also help us focus, because I think I was struck the other night when we said, hey, do all these things right away, please, for seniors. And I think Dr. Duran appropriately said, like, everything can't be ASAP. Otherwise, we can't deliver. So I'm just going to suggest maybe as we talk, we kind of like try to put those under maybe those rubrics. And not necessarily the rubrics I picked. We may arrive at different ones, and based on what you guys think is most important.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you for that framing. Melissa, did you want to comment on that before we asked Erica to chime in?
Why don't we ask Erica to chime in, and then I'll comment.
Great. Erica?
Okay. I have 2 not very related questions. One, in the beginning of this, we heard a lot from families about consistency across classes and teachers, as far as like where to find assignments and how to find assignments and how to turn them in. And where to find the information. I haven't heard too much about it recently, but if you have an update on whether that has sort of like, as far as best practices, been kind of covered. And then what, sort of another comment that is not really related to like improving remote learning exactly, but sort of how our kids are being served overall. One of our goals was every student will make at least a year's worth of achieve at least a year's worth of growth. The metrics we maybe potentially were using to measure that are all kind of awash right now. And we have no idea what like the federal government's standards are going to be, given that we have no idea what's happening as far as the election and everything right now. But do you have some sort of, you know, for our students that need to build on their skills in order to move along in their educational career, do we have some sort of way of ensuring, I know the curriculum committee was working on this as far as like the, you know, the bones and then the supplements, but how are we making sure that our kids are really getting what they need out of education?
So I will, I'm going to ask Eva to respond to both of those. I know that they have been collecting some data regarding the consistency of tools. So Eva, I know you guys showed that today at the administrator meeting. Can you share that information?
Yeah, I don't have it off the top of my head, but Kelly probably has it off the top of his head. But definitely we asked these questions, and it's fascinating because we've been, so we ask our students about these questions, but we also have our administrators and our leadership teams at the schools have been doing virtual walkthroughs. I'm talking about the big three that I think you were referencing, Erica, like can kids find their assignments, et cetera. And so we made a commitment and a goal that we would implement these big three 100%, that we would make sure that our kids were able to find their assignments, announcements, and their turn in their assignments, find announcements, and the use of the calendar, events, etc., on Teams, and that's where they would find it consistently. And so to what extent that's happening, we surveyed kids, we've been asking kids in focus groups. At the beginning of the year, it was still the #1 thing that was coming up. What I was hearing from focus groups, it was still the #1 thing. We have made progress in this area based on our survey data. It's quite high. And we did walkthroughs, these virtual walkthroughs at every school, and took data on where we were seeing that happening in each of the classrooms that were visited. The walkthrough data was higher than what the kids are reporting. And so what we're seeing maybe isn't consistent. Like the kids are giving us consistently that this is happening. So so we know we have work to do on that. And that was part of our work today with our principals. So that is an area that I'm fairly confident we're going to meet that goal. I feel good about that one. And that will benefit us even when we come back. This consistency of practice and of kids being able to find information and using a consistent approach actually benefits all kids, regardless of the setting. So for us to get sort of calibrated on that and get that into a practice is going to benefit kids when we come back in person as well. And then your second question is one of grave concern to us about, so how are our students doing academically and how do we know that they're going to make this year of growth? And that's where we have that pretty robust assessment plan that we put into place. And this is one of those places where you put a plan into place. It's really robust. We made this plan not in isolation. It was a very collaborative practice. We piloted some of these assessments and these tools that we're using with kids in order to accelerate their learning and make up for learning loss. We piloted them in summer school, but in reality, it's not as perfect as we would like it to be. And assessment, some of our teachers are just drowning in assessments. So we're having to step back and evaluate to what extent are we are these assessments useful if we're over assessing? So we're trying to find that balance. But we do have a really good, I'm actually very proud of our assessment plan that we have. It's just that it may have been overzealous and for us to assess too much. So we're evaluating that. Whether our students make a year growth in a year time, we're really committed to that. We want that to happen for our kids. It's going to be dependent on the quality of learning experiences that we're giving them and the amount of time that we're giving them for these learning experiences. And that's where we have to continually improve. But we do have the tools to measure it, and we do have the tools to make up for the loss of learning. It's the implementation.
Thanks,
And
Eva. Oh, go ahead.
And then to Seema's question, I like what she's thinking. I really think it's almost the pillars of our strategic plan, which is the academic achievement component, the wellness whole child component, and then equity and access for who is most at risk, and then with respect to technology leveraging, it's really the supports that we have in place for our students, whether it be around technology, basic needs, those types of things. So those would be the 4 areas that I would consider looking at. And I just wanted to touch base with you guys and see if you had anything that you wanted to make sure that we looked at, because I don't know what the year is going to hold for us. But if we stay in this format long term, I want to make sure we're doing everything we can to support our students and the quality of their experience as we continue this year into the new year of 2021.
Thanks, Melissa. I think that Kelly has an additional comment or some additional information for us.
Yeah, I was going to just show, the monitoring of implementation is almost just as important as monitoring of the outcomes. And so just to show you an example, this is what we worked on with principals today, just around teams, Big 3 consistency. So this is specifically about teams, but it shows you kind of how we approach improvement practice. We showed them kind of what was in our plan that we shared with you at the school board. And our goals around 100% implementation of our learning management system. And then we showed them how, with these outcomes, the last time we met with you, we showed them a snapshot of the six schools K-12 and what that looked like with regards to teachers implementing. But here, what you'll see is for secondary students, 6 through 12, there's 2 sets of data just to show you. One of them is principals going into the teams and looking for evidence of assignments, announcements, and then meetings scheduled. And so it's an implementation walkthrough. And then in blue, it's the survey that we just did that Naomi's team did. It was random, select kids 6 through 12, or maybe it was a couple of social studies classes per school. And we asked students, are your teachers consistently using assignments, announcements, and meetings? And so this data from kids show who answered always or usually. And so we showed this to the building leaders and to the ITCLs today, and had them just kind of look at what the strengths are, because we are seeing that more and more families are saying that it's much more consistent. But then we asked them to think about what the opportunities and the areas of growth are. And then we talked to them a little bit about the discrepancies here. Some of it is because we're looking for evidence of these practices, but the kids are reporting on the consistency of the practice. And so it just kind of shows the importance of triangulating our data, not using just one. But you can see here on the right side, this is a compilation of 197 walkthroughs, classrooms walked through across our district. It's not every secondary classroom, but we wanted to get kind of a random sample. And then elementary, we didn't do the survey, so we only have the one data set, but you can see at elementary, our lowest is assignments. So we just had a quick conversation around the teachers are doing a pretty good job with meetings, although we're shooting for 100%. Same with announcements, but with assignments, we talked about kind of digging deep into what the barriers are, because it's not about teachers not wanting to use the assignments, but how effective is it? And so we know that kindergarten teachers in particular are not finding the assignments feature as effective for the youngest learners. Our goal is still 100%, but we're trying to identify the barriers and then improve. And then the last thing we did was we talked to them about, so what's the next step for monitoring progress? And so we're going to do another walkthrough implementation check in December as a system. We're going to look for the big three, but then we're going to add kind of another layer, which is to look for evidence of small group instruction during asynchronous time. So we're trying to take our priorities and then measure improvement in this way.
Thanks, Kelly. All right, we're going to keep the questions and input going. We'll just spend a few more minutes on this. Carolyn, why don't you jump in next? Then we'll see what Francine has to say. I think Seema has another question, and then I have a couple.
Well, I had sort of broadly 4 areas of question or input, or and hopefully they're not going to be that much of a surprise. So the first thing I was struck by with the enhancing our remote, because we may be with it for a long, long time, the pedagogical aspects. And so when we were at Newport High, I think it was, the one of the teachers said how hard it was because she was used to doing a lot of these really engaging simulations with kids in like the AP government class, where you sort of, you know, everyone gets assigned to be like a member of the Supreme Court, and then you enact that, you reenact that, and it's really a technique they use. So my point is, she said she couldn't really do that with the in the remote situation. So do we have like some sort of support for that, for like, I think you were touching on it, like really engaging ideas for kids in the remote environment that would be similar to that? And if some teachers around the district have some ideas like that, could they share them with others? Or how can we, the step beyond making sure that we have sort of the assignments and the calendar and all that stuff lined up, but that thing that really pulls them in. So that was one concern. The second, we were talking about the small secondary groups, and I just wanted to promote that idea. I was so struck by the kid at Cherry Crest who said he'd signed up for so many online groups, he wasn't sure he'd be able to do them all if they all became in person. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I want to sort of make sure, or ask, do we have that at all our schools, something like that? And I wanted to also promote it in the sense that I read something, and I don't have the citation right now, but one of the reasons that schools, when they tend to, there's some driving of the pandemic, right? And so schools are actually pretty good at masking people and keeping people distant and keeping people safe and making sure they don't transmit. But then the kids, they crave that social so much. They get together outside of school and outside of those parameters. So I just feel like if we can do anything in terms of those social secondary group club things to kind of let the kids have an outlet without driving them towards, you know, taking matters into their own hands and meeting up someplace where they're not going to be safe about it. So I would definitely promote that, and thank you for looking into that. I also wanted to give some feedback on our chart around the support for seniors in college. It looks extremely extensive. A lot of it looks like things that we've been doing in past years as well. So that's all very good, very involved, and a lot of work there. But I am struck by what can we do for the kids who aren't on the college path, who are in this pandemic. There's one little thing about, look at the CTE handout that we always have, but there's not a lot on how to support them to transition into something other than that college process. So that's 3 things. And then sort of swinging the pendulum the other way, I'm also going to remind you about my concern about the AP IB exam kids and how those deadlines and that curriculum is set beyond our control, and the amount of time we have spaced out for teachers to make sure they hit all those standards, there just may not be there. So we might need some extra support for those kids in forms of, I don't know, they used to do like a Saturday tutorial or something.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Yeah. So
I want to make a clarifying statement. You mentioned Cherry Crest. I think you meant Chinook, and I'm saying that because I just want the community to know that we had been to Chinook, and that the thing that you're talking about that I do also want to clarify for the folks listening is that Chinook has done this amazing thing with clubs where they had a certain number of clubs, and then their students started contacting them about starting new clubs this year, and they went up over 25 clubs now. They have they created 10 more clubs or something, and they're really utilizing those. The kids are utilizing them, and then the staff are helping kids find clubs to connect. So just that is what you were referring to?
You know, I knew I was going to do that. I was like, make sure you say Chinook and not Cherry Crest. I did it anyway. Yeah, so clubs, senior support, brilliant pedagogical ideas being spread, and API IB support. Those are my concerns.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, I am going to ask Francine to jump in, and I think what we'll do, Melissa, unless you have clarifying questions, since you're just asking for inputs and not like a direction, why don't we just listen to what people have to say? If you have questions at the end, we'll take them, and then we'll be able to move to the last 2 items in this section and keep
perfect.
ourselves on time. All right.
That's exactly what I wanted, to just grab input, and then we will work through it and try and figure out ways forward or whatever. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Francine?
So yeah, I think a lot of good things have been brought up, and then I was trying to bucket my comments per Seema's request there, and I do think that they do follow some along the strategic plan line. So when we think about enhancing remote learning, and that applies to both the academics and the social emotional well-being of students, I think about how we really are supporting our students, so both the connection and engagement, but that asynchronous time we talked about, how can that still be structured? How can there be the small groups? How can they have that engagement that we surveyed in the spring we know is important, and we're still seeing that not as many students are saying that they really have that to the degree that they think would be useful and supportive for them. I think also with that, having clarity, like a roadmap for the year, would be helpful. It's still not clear, and this dovetails into one of my other buckets, but really what are students going to cover for the year? And maybe they have more detailed syllabi that they have, but we certainly didn't see them during curriculum night. And so I think for students to know where I am now and where I'm going would be really helpful. The more use of those interactive methods to gauge engagement would be helpful. And so that kind of leads to the second bucket, which is how we support our educators. So we hear that they're working overtime to create engaging Nearpods and transform the curriculum. And so how do we relieve that load? How do we share the best practices? I think Carolyn hit a little bit on that as well. So really, how are we supporting and making sure that those best practices for interactive, engaging, ways of connecting with students are happening, and then if they need specific materials and supplies or translation of materials, that's happening. So that's the second bucket. And then the third one would be around families. So like I said, like, how do families support students? How do we make sure that as they're making this transition to being successful remote learners, that they really are? I think that some have more wherewithal about connecting with the teachers and going to, I mean, even right in historical school, there are some kids who went to tutorial and some kids who didn't. And so although they are digital natives, still reaching out or writing that email or chatting in Teams and putting themselves out there, if it's not really structured that way, may be difficult, and families don't know necessarily how to support their students either through that. So really that whole family engagement and how we support that. So that's the third one. And then the fourth one, I think, though, is it's partly with remote learning and our new platform and just everything that's upended, but is around the grading. And so I know there's pieces around that, but I would say if we could make something, especially for the secondary students, where there's some sort of change to that Synergy platform, because right now I think there's some have things entered, some don't. Some of it's not going to count towards the grade because it's just it's not the summative part, but it's in there, and so Synergy pulls it down and it makes it look like they're not doing well. Like, so can we rethink that? Can we remove the quarter grades? Can we replace it with a scale that shows that students are ahead of pace for mastering, on pace, approaching pace, intervention needed, in terms of getting that content done. And that would dovetail with that idea of having the clarity and the roadmap for the year. Because if you knew what all the things that you were trying to accomplish, and you could see like, oh, I have met standard on here, I have demonstrated mastery on this, I am on pace, then that's really what we're trying to do, is we get students to own their learning and become lifelong learners, and not just stuck on this grade like, I got a poor thing on this, or I didn't turn it in on time even though late assignments are accepted. So there's just a lot with that, and it doesn't fit exactly in our strategic plan, but it is part of the area that I put in. And then my last question is, what's happening with period 8? But that's that's just kind of floating out there. And so at some point, not necessarily tonight, I'd like to know if that idea of putting period 8 has actually yielded any benefit for either both educators, students, or anyone.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Francine. Seema, and before Seema talks, I do want to make a note that I talked to our 2 deputy superintendents prior to this meeting, and Melissa clarified that they really wanted to raise this issue not solely to get high-level directional feedback, but also because we are in touch as board members with community members and advocates in our community, and to surface ideas and surface things that are coming up so that there's a chance for them to hear those. This isn't, we say it and now all of a sudden this district is going to go do each of the 28 things that we've just mentioned. They're asking for ideas to be surfaced so they can add them into the process and make them part of it and make sure that we have a chance to be heard on that front. Seema, you had some things you wanted to add.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't repeat things that Carolyn and Francine touched on, but Melissa, I did want to just sort of clarify. When I was talking about pillars, I don't want to sort of collapse into its repeat of the strat plan. What I'm trying to suggest is I think we will all do better if we have a sense of what things are urgent. Like we talked last time and said, look, for seniors, there's a break moment where things are just too late. So thinking both about reality of timing as well as practical need to prioritize by the school district, maybe within the, whatever pillars we collapse on, and maybe they come exactly back to the strat plan. I just think it would be valuable for all of us to be thinking what has to be done right away. What is like the second piece and the third piece, because otherwise we're just going to fail because we try to do too many things with a sense of urgency. And the one thing I will say is when I talked about kids at risk, yes, on equity. Additionally, though, I was thinking about almost the bookends of seniors. And thank you, Carolyn. I think you and Christine last time both correctly called out the need for us not to think when we talk about seniors college, but all our seniors. But there's an urgency there. For some, it's deadline driven. For others, it's the anxiety of maybe feeling, well, if I'm not applying to college, my success is not top of mind, and it is. So maybe somebody really wants help getting an apprenticeship. Maybe they want to work in with a car mechanic, and maybe there's a way we can be creative and work with them. I just want to make sure that we are identifying urgency. Like I think of kindergartners in that urgency category because they're our newest learners, and they're maybe they need the greatest help with being helped through their parents or in other means to get them that sort of connection to how to learn, especially in this, I'll call it weird environment. And then the other thing I just want to say, following on, I think what Carolyn said, was that I wasn't suggesting that bring kids back to school I only meant that for academic purpose. I hope that came through, meaning even if it's just to bring them back to see each other, I think for all the reasons Carolyn nicely outlined, there's real value there. And what I did want to ask you, Melissa, is as we try to ensure that we're able to balance that, the spending of public funds, and also wanting to retain some of those essential workers, is there a way we can use that need we have to bring back kids, even if it's for limited time, Does that help us on that front? I guess maybe that's an asterisk. It's a question. It doesn't have to be addressed right now, but we have a need. We know that we'd rather help kids up front than deal with really challenging mental health challenges afterwards. So if that also allows us to retain and employ our bus drivers and nutrition workers, then it's a double benefit.
Yeah, win-win. Got it. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump in with my questions. Unless is there someone else on the board who had something they didn't get to bring up that they wanted to? Okay, I'm going to jump in with a few things. I really appreciated Siba's idea of really keeping this organized. There are two things that guide for me what I would suggest to do next. One is sort of what are the things that are most important to us, but two is what are the data telling us? What are we finding? You know, as we look. Like, we don't need to recreate that. We've created that. In fact, we've spent a lot of energy in creating what are the plans. Like when Seema mentioned her 4 categories, I think they actually line up. They're not quite the same, but they're close to the 4 categories of the commitments we've already established. And we're collecting data in that space. And so there's all this data that should inform us. So when we say, should we invest in X or Y, if the kids are telling us they're not getting X, then that's the one to invest in. Or if the families are saying Y is the thing that they need, and that's where I would go. If I grouped my stuff, I got a few, tried to use Seema's categories. I'll say first for, I'm not sure if this goes under academics or at risk, but which students are doing okay and which ones aren't. And I think that in this time, we should not make assumptions about which groups. We know that there are some groups that are definitely at risk and we need to take care of those kids and pay extra attention. But we also need to be seeking out other groups of kids or other individual kids who are at risk or having troubles. So whatever we can do to keep our eye on that prize and to be responsive to that. I love Seema's reminder that we have staff who we can't hire to do the normal jobs that they do, but maybe they can help us with those jobs if we have the funding. So that's a big thing for me. And in light of that, one of the things I bring up is the potential of doing pods. And I don't mean like organizing an enormous pod group, but there are a lot of folks out there in the community who are bringing together groups of kids to learn together or have a tutor together or have some kind of shared environment. I wonder, are there folks that don't have the resources or means or whatever to do that, but we've got all these amazing creative partners. How are we working with community partners? Could we be running pods in our cafeterias with small groups? Could we be? So that's something that I would call out in the sort of instruction or else at-risk category. For instruction, also, what's the use of async time? Are we maximizing that? Are we maximizing 8th period? Are we finding that those times are part of the well-being story? I don't have the answers. I just would spend some time thinking about that because of the feedback we got on the school visit recently and the survey data. It makes me say there's a question there. That's worth looking into. The teacher, also standardized testing requirements, not just for the AP and IB, but also for the CTE exams, really making sure we have a handle on those so that our kids know what to expect and we can plan accordingly to get them through this school year. The preservation of teacher work and also time for teachers to plan. If we want awesome instruction, do we have the right collaborative environments and planning and whatever it is, whether it's time, technology, support, to bring the teachers together? Like, let's keep supporting them to do that. The other categories, I guess, in terms of peer connections, I was just thinking connections. So opportunities for in-person options for so that every student has some option for either an in-person or a remote connecting opportunity. Those clubs that were online were super powerful, but how do we make sure every student has those opportunities? Because over half from the surveys that you've sent so far, over half of families and kids are saying they don't have as many opportunities as they need or want for connection. And then the second is, we had talked a lot about successful elementary experiences. And my wondering there is, do we yet have the right balance of using time so that teachers can connect with families and help them be a part of the whole process, or help them connect with if families are, 2 people are working and that's not a connection opportunity, or there are other barriers? Do we have the right things to make sure that language is not a problem in connecting with families? Do we have the right thing to help get our community partners to be a part of connecting with families? So anything there. something that I wondered about. And then finally, the groups of things that I wonder about sort of fall into well-being or other things. But for health, we have an issue with getting our kids together because our kids are getting themselves together in unsafe environments. We've talked in the past about the potential for kids themselves to run campaigns for this. What are we doing about it? How are we really generating real ownership among our secondary students for the behaviors that we want them to exhibit both in school opportunities, but also in the community? Is there anything we can do to support that? The juniors, we don't want to be surprised when it's time for the juniors to have their college. One of the things that came up this year was kids didn't have the understanding about the whole college process in time to get recommendations on time. So are our juniors on track? So by the end of this year, they sort of have a plan for that. Like, so we'll get the seniors through this process, but do we have plans to help get the juniors started on that process? And then what about job searches? You know, for kids who are trying to transition into the real world from high school into jobs, in this environment, it's particularly hard. We already have some networks that we've established for our internship programs, both for some of our schools have those programs and some of our transition services. What services do we have to help kids who are looking for jobs get ready and get out there? So those are things that just came up for me. They're not directives, they're just
Perfect.
in the idea bank.
Perfect. We will take all this, sort through it all, figure out some priorities, and add some of our own thoughts to it, and figure out kind of a little bit of a game plan as we look at the potential extension of remote. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, Melissa. All right, so that takes us to questions about board questions regarding regular updates. So we got some regular updates and data on Friday about engagement and a few things. Hang on. So any questions on the data updates that anyone has? There's the data on the college work that was done. I think there's a lot that was listed on activities. I don't know if we've yet measured to see how effective it's been. So I don't know if there's any additional data on that. But are there other questions on any of the data reports, the engagement, the attendance?
Does this include the one for seniors?
Yeah, now's the time for that. If you've got a question there, please.
Sure. I was wondering, I guess there was one part that said that it was by school offerings for senior parent guardian information mates. And so was wondering if the district could perhaps have more consistency in the offering of those, making sure that they actually are happening, and whether that's one for everyone, or if there's themed ones, one for post-secondary plans that are not college, one that's more for college, one that includes, and whether that's with our, for example, PTA partners about general graduation celebrations, yearbook, things like that. I know they were mentioned in the town hall, and potentially parents are continuing to access that, and guardians might go to that, but it is something to say that when it's done by school, and there are certain traditions and way things have been done, there is definitely value in that, and yet just waiting for schools to do them at different times is providing some concern within the community, because some schools are way ahead and everything's going and pictures are taken, and some places haven't taken any pictures, and they are small things, but they do create a lot of just additional anxiety and people wondering, I missed this, or did I miss this? And so what else have I missed? And so am I behind in other things? So just some consistency around there. I think there was some concerning markers in there about like how much applications were down. I really think that potentially that even though there were things that were listed that were supposed to have been done last year when this year's seniors were juniors, that perhaps they weren't done. I'm not sure how much of that, for example, supporting the personal essay type of thing was done last spring. And so I would just caution against having that in the report as if they were done, and so that foundation is strongly there without having some sense of really did students have that experience. So I don't want to get too much into it now, except to the point that was raised, which is that let's make sure we do it for this year's juniors, and then as much as possible, realize that perhaps those foundational steps were not as strongly created in the spring, which means that what needs to be done now in the fall needs a little bit more than what's been historically done.
All right, thanks, Francine. Seema, I think you have a suggestion. Let me hold on. Is there anything? Oh, is it also on this topic or? Oh, okay, jump in.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I guess I had a different read on the college piece than Francine did, so maybe somebody can clarify later, because I thought it looked like there was a 5-time increase in the number of students in the class of 2021 who had applied. So it looked like there's like this get me to college kind of stampede. So I guess my question is around, and so I love the clarification for that, but my questions, I guess, are around a combination of what I thought Carolyn nicely called out, which is when I looked at this, my first reaction was, wow, if I wasn't interested in college, I would probably feel like I wasn't a priority for the district. So if we are doing a lot of things, and I know this is something Christine's flagged before, we do a lot of good things and we don't always do a good job of maybe bringing it together so people can see it. So if we are, let's talk about it and make it clear to find. If we're not, I think we should ask ourselves, who are we not supporting? So that's one comment. The other thing that touches a bit on what I think Francine was saying, I did have just a reaction as a parent when I saw, like August boot camp, like for our high school, it was canceled. So I realized that there were all sorts of reasons why some schools could have it, some not. But let's then be mindful when a school does it. One of the beautiful things of being virtual is, could we tape it and could we then socialize it so all students can benefit? And so can we make sure that these resources are shared across, which I think is not novel. We're seeing this. I think then what I'd like to hear from you guys, and you can answer all this after you hear other questions. I think if we go back to the marker that I think Francine flagged the last time, which was, I think, a good one of, we want to make sure every student has been, I guess, we've reached out to them. And but then I was thinking later about there should be some ownership on students. We make the information available, but we don't, but you have to do some lift to be able to access it. What we don't know is, are some students suffering from depression, or they don't have connections, such as, their internet connection is down, or they don't even know where to look. Or we think we've tried to contact them, but they have not literally been contacted. How do we figure out the right balance? And I think on some level, I'm asking for the school district to come back to, how do we net out on that? How do we ensure that everybody does have the relevant information, either within very reasonable reach, and they know we're there, and they will have a discussion with a counselor, but not, I guess, cross the line, which I think Patty last time brought up. It's like some people don't want that contact. It's actually creating anxiety. So I guess I leave that as a few comments and a question.
All right, I think that Patty Seaworth, one of our executive directors for the high schools, actually, and is going to give us some clarifying information on this, or at least I think she was. Yeah, there we go. And I want to clarify that it sounds like in that report, what we were reading about is that early apps were down, but total apps are up, or so, like there's some confusion. So can you help us understand like what's down, what's up, and then maybe address some of Seema's points?
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
Happy to do that. So the PowerPoint that was submitted to you on 10/27 did have some data in there. And yes, it is true that there is a significant increase in the number of applications that have been completed when you compare the same time frame the prior year. What we have less of is students that are applying for early admission, and that is significantly less. And in talking with the counselors about that, they've indicated that the students are really leery to make that commitment because some of the places that they've anticipated applying are currently doing it all virtual. They don't want to end up in that predicament. And in essence, you are making a greater commitment when you do that. So that was the reason for that shift in data. I want to be able to
Patty,
talk.
can you just clarify? Because I'm not sure I totally caught the actual applications for early apps, some of which are binding like you're talking about and some of which are not, are down.
Mm-hmm.
But the applications, what is it that's up on the applications, that they've done something in our tool?
Yeah, they've actually already completed. We can see when they complete an application and we can track it in Naviance, and we can also compare that to the prior year. So we have that data to be able to see the discrepancy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then I want to talk a little bit about the boot camp. I appreciate you bringing that up and seeking clarification on that. On that particular slide on the boot camp, that was on a slide that said it does vary from school to school. And in essence, what that was, actually, there was just one school that was doing the boot camps originally, and it was international school. And they were actually doing them in the summer when the staff that were facilitating those were not on contract. So they had a charge that they were allocating for students that wanted to access that. And it was approximately $100. And so it was international staff that started that. So they actually this summer thought, I wonder if others would want to do it. So the one that was at Bellevue High School was actually for all of the students in the district besides international students. And they only had 7 students sign up district-wide. And in essence, too, we were hesitant to do that because we thought from an equity perspective, some students may not be able to access that because of the funding. So we're actually looking at ways that we can have greater consistency, which is one thing that I'm hearing you say, and calendar that out so that all kids are getting a very similar experience at a similar time frame. So there is a lot of work happening this year on realignment of the curriculum, the counseling curriculum, to those means. So I wanted to share that piece. And then another piece that I'm hearing you talk about is the Senior Blitz meetings, which we think are really, really important. We facilitated a survey of our seniors approximately 2 weeks ago, and they actually identified the Senior Blitz meetings, the Junior Blitz meetings that we do, the one-on-ones with the counselor as the most impactful. So they confirm what we believe to be the case, is that those are really powerful. At the time that we presented the PowerPoint to you on the update on seniors, we had 77% of our seniors having completed a Senior Blitz. That was by October 23rd, and we're currently at 88% of the nearly 1,700 seniors have completed their one-on-one Senior Blitz meetings now. So we have approximately 200 students, and we are like really pretty aggressive. Not harassing them, but pretty aggressive, I would say, at reaching out to these students, and we're contacting their families. We're at the point right now that some of these students have case managers as they receive multi-language learner services and or special education services. So we're actually accessing the case managers who do have regular contact with these students and families to schedule those meetings, to have them assist us in the facilitation of those meetings due to the relationships.
Thank you, Patty. I think that we are running way short on time right now for this. We have one more section to go, and we're at time. So if there's any,
can I just have Patty address the question? I think Christine, you flagged, and it was a really good one. Patty, we've heard from more than one, I think, student or family about feeling like they missed out, and I think this might have been a Francine and Christine intersection on. Okay, spring happened quickly. Everybody was overwhelmed. So a lot of kids didn't know that they should be asking for recommendations. And now here they are, and they're being told, too late, I can't write you one. So I guess, I don't know, I don't have visibility. Is this a specific school that's having this issue? Is it district-wide? But knowing back to the urgency, what are we doing to identify who needs help, and what are we doing to solve it?
Great, thank you for that. Do you want me to answer that right now? I know that she said.
Can you do it in a really short, can you do it in just a real nutshell, like less 30 seconds kind of?
I attempt to do that, thank you. Actually, what we are doing with that is in each of the principal letters that went home, they identified the means that they could follow if they were having any challenges in getting that. We do have a lot of work happening with that right now. At each of our buildings, we have a detailed plan on facilitating that for our kids. We have students that are also coming in onto we have a Wednesday session facilitated by counselors that the seniors jump on every Wednesday. And we're encouraging them, like, if you have anything, come on there, and then we'll get you hooked up with someone to help with that. And we do recognize, I'd like to say that as we're like reviewing what happened last year, that the consistency with which each of these were administered was not at the level that we would hope. So we acknowledge.
Would that apply for a letter also if somebody wanted it to get a job? And Christine flagged a good, what if you're just looking to get a job after you graduate, you might need a letter there too.
Yeah, we actually do have students that ask for letters for lots of different reasons besides college. It could be for a job. It could be that they are doing scholarships and they need a letter for scholarships. But we do provide those to our students regardless of what their avenue is. And I want to just end with, I'm hearing concern about our kids that have a post-high school pathway that's other than college. And we do have our college and career advisors that spend an inordinate amount of time with our counselors, with these students, and they help them to really refine their individualized transition plans, really, get really clear about what their pathway to success is, and help them narrow their search, whatever that search is. And then they help them, like developing resumes, enhancing your skills, how marketing yourself, and those types of things. So the college and career advisors at each of our schools spent a lot of time on that.
Thank you so much, Patty. All right, so board directors, unless you have something super urgent, I'd like to move us on because we're past time and I don't want to run out of time for some of the topics that have come later in the meeting that are actually, this is our board business meeting of the month. And so it's important that we spend time on them. So we have one more segment here that Deputy Superintendent Collins is going to walk us through, I think, and that is strategic focus, like really getting focused in the work that's being done there. I think it's mostly an update, but also an opportunity for the board to give any quick initial inputs to the process that the district is putting together. So Director Collins, do you want Superintendent Collins, do you want to jump in on that, please?
I just had a couple of visuals. Mike Bartz, it's the one that's a PowerPoint slide. That I think I emailed you the PowerPoint slide. It's just like, and it's fine if we don't have it. It's just visual. Yeah. Strategic plan refresh. So I have been thinking a lot as we've been really immersed into annual plan writing and developing our targets, and just really thinking about what will be upcoming this year when we come to you with our strategic plan update. And remember last year when we came with our strategic plan update, I made some recommendations about let's tweak this goal or let's move this. And I've been thinking about, well, we're in our third year of the strategic plan, and we said it's a 3 to 5 year because a lot can happen in a year, 2 years, and definitely a lot has happened this past year. And so thinking about all of the things that have happened and what might we want to do differently now and when we return in person, and how will that impact our strategic plan? Also trying to work to get us more focused. So as a district, we have a lot that we want to do. We have a lot of interests and a lot of things that we want to do. And so thinking about how can we maybe be more coherent and focused in our strategic plan. There's lots and lots of work to do in every corner of the district, absolutely. But what are our priorities? Or I was thinking about what Seema said, what's the most urgent and how are we prioritizing those things? And how are we coherent in lining up our strategies to achieve those things? So next slide, please. So I've been thinking about, okay, we've had a strategic plan. The purpose of a strategic plan is to provide focus and direction to achieve our vision. And I think that's our intent in our big 3 goals that we have set. And then the annual plan is intended to help us monitor our progress and set targets that would lead us ultimately to those outcomes. I think that's exactly what we've been trying to do. I think though what happens is we keep adding more and we don't take away, and we end up with something that maybe has less focus than we would like it to have. So I would like to make a proposal that we do a strategic plan refresh process that's not the full-blown strategic plan process that we've done before. We have a really great mission, vision, and values that we've identified and that we developed collectively and collaboratively through a process. Those are great, and those are the foundation. And we have some great goals already identified. But I think what's not really clear and what's not really helpful in sort of socializing our plan is what's that thing at the end that we're aiming toward. So we have all of these things like academic proficiency and student well-being, but to what end for our graduate? And so I've been thinking about our vision and creators of their future world and wondering if perhaps we could look at our strategic plan and try to align and revise and refresh our strategic plan to be more focused on defining the creator of the future world that we're trying to develop in our students. And what does that mean from preschool all the way to 12th grade? And what does that mean in terms of the knowledge and skills and experiences? So next slide, please. This is my last slide, and it's just to give you a visual of this is our vision. What are the knowledge, skills, and experiences to be a creator of your future world? And then how can we have this like P12 roadmap that helps lead us to that, recognizing we're not going to do all that in 1 year? And what are the entry points and reasonable number of annual initiatives that would help us get there? So thinking about work that we're already doing, but how do we maybe want to do some things differently, especially based on what we've learned over this past year? And some people might say, why would you dare introduce something like this now when we're in a pandemic? And I would say now is probably the best time for us to introduce this because we are more open to doing things differently right now. We're recognizing that we have an opportunity when we come back to do some things differently. And I would also say that if we continue with our status quo, then we're just continuing to monitor and progress in sort of a status quo kind of manner. So I would propose that we develop a stakeholder engagement process to look at, okay, so what are some things that, let's define this creator of the future world and do some mapping of that and come back to you with a proposal on this strategic plan focus and refresh. I just really love to hear your thoughts on that. What are you thinking about? How does that resonate with you? What are you concerned about?
Thank you, Eva. That's super helpful, that description. I think this goes back to some things that the board has been talking about with the staff in collaboration for over a year about really, one of the ways we have phrased the question is, what is our modern day equivalent of the old goal that we had in our district, AP for all? It was a very focusing statement. It was something that people understood. It was a direction we could head. It was a little more concrete. It was somewhere in between, you know, where we are right now. And I think that we've worked really hard to ensure that all of our targets for tier 2 departments and areas really are lining up and fall under advancing the strategic goals, the 5 goals that we have. But even that is sort of still broad and hard to just, like, people can't just roll off the tongue like what is in the strategic plan. So it's very exciting, very, very exciting to see this. So I think what you're asking for is just some input from board, just some quick input from everyone. This isn't a done deal. It's just, and can you clarify the process that you're thinking that this will go under just before people make comments so they have a more sense? Is that going to be similar to things that we did with the mission, vision, values, where, you know, there's times for stakeholders to give input, then then the board and the leadership team get together and process that, and then there's more stakeholder input, and then the board and leadership team come back and process that together again and land on something? Or what's the vision for how this progresses?
No, thank you. That's a great question. I think we need to develop, after this conversation tonight, we need to develop, we being our executive team, what's the scope and timeline for this project and how will we engage stakeholders and what would that look like? But I'm not envisioning this to be a year-long process. I'm envisioning it to be more of a rapid design process because we do have some of those foundational pieces. Like, remember last time how long it took us just to develop the mission, vision, and values? That was quite lengthy itself. And so we already have some good bones in here that we can work with. But then starting this new process that I feel is a more creative process about creator of the future world and defining that, and then getting more concrete about what we need about that. And to the point that I heard earlier about we need some things to be more consistent across the district. So where is the coherence and where's the innovation in our district and the autonomy in our district, and thinking about how that fits in this plan as well. So just sort of to answer your question, we do need a process, and on how we would do this, I'm envisioning it being a stakeholder sort of committee or team that would come together and lead the process, but that there would be definitely tentacles of going out, getting more input and coming back in a shorter period of time.
Thanks, Eva. All right, board members, let's go ahead and give some input on this. If you don't raise hands, I'm just going to start calling on folks. Carolyn? Erica?
Whoops, sorry, I'm talking and and I'm not being heard because I had mute on. I was just saying I like it. I think the question that's being posed here by Eva is what are the knowledge, skills, experiences that we want to give people K-12 to prepare them for their future, which is really the basic question of education, which I see as what do we as a community or society think we need to pass to the next generation? What skills and experiences and knowledge. So I think stepping back and considering that is really a great idea.
All right, Seema, it looks like you're ready.
All right, I think same as what I won't repeat what Carolyn just said. I think everything she just said I agree with. I would probably frame it as we're kind of asking as a North Star statement, what does a good education look like across each grade? And I think that's compatible with also what Carolyn just articulated. I do agree. I'm glad to hear you say rapid because I think it would be really unfortunate if we spent a year like gyrating over all the different ways we could define this, and then half our kids have just graduated. So it would be great if we could be, God, I don't want to use the word agile, but we can all laugh about that. But it would be nice if we did this quickly. I think the one question I had, Eva, was would this then necessarily change our annual plan? Or like, meaning how do we reconcile if we change, like if our strat plan was our broader plan, and then we created an annual plan to help measure a year of the strat plan. I'm just wondering, will this mean that we then have to revise our annual plan? I'm curious on that. And then, but overall, I think, yes, great. And I guess I'm going to just say simplified would be great, because if this is intended, I mean, I think that's where maybe your meta point is we set direction with some maybe developmental markers for, what does a good education look like? What do we hope across the vectors that Carolyn outlined? Do we hope, let's say, an 8th grader has achieved at the end of the 8th grade? But we aren't going to instruct to basically the principal level or the school level, what should you specifically do? Is that where you were trying to create some space for implementation? I didn't quite catch that part. So I want to understand that and the annual plan piece better.
Thank you.
All right, let's get the rest of the board members' input, and then we're going to let Eva have a response, and then we're going to wrap. So Erica, you haven't chimed in yet. Anything?
Nothing substantive. I'll just echo what Seema said, that I appreciated your comment on it being rather rapid, or sort of a quick and light rather than a full strategic plan refresh, because there's almost not much point in doing that when everything is so uncertain right now. So thank you.
Thanks, Erica. Francine?
Yeah.
So yes,
I think we'll come back to Carolyn.
I think it's great, and I think for, in terms of if that impacts the annual plan, certainly that's something that the district brings to the board and we provide comments on. I think there's been some thought that the board created all of these things, but it's, we are responding to the district. And so there has been this thought that there are many, we have our main goals, but then those kind of objectives or tier 2 targets and, how we put that together so that it is really clear that those are all in service of these main goals. We basically have 3 and 2 supporting goals now. And so if there's another through line to that, and I would say that the discussion is great because, hearing it in terms of like, what does a good education look like across a grade, I think is one way. The way I approached it was saying, when we are thinking about creators of our future world, it's another way of saying the methods and the way we think about learning. So, and not just the what we are learning. So especially now, we're talking about mastery-based learning, but there's also the idea of just the learning to learn, learning to love, learn. How do you take ownership of your learning? And that last piece is so important right now with remote learning. And so how are we setting up students for success in that so that they really are taking ownership of their learning? We're expecting them to do that so much during the asynchronous time, but how are we really setting them up for success and that they are learning things that they want to learn, and so they have that motivation to do so, and then it just builds on itself. And so I think having more of a vision around what it means to be your creator of your future world, and then I'd be less worried that we can't offer certain electives because we'd have students who are like, this is what I'm passionate about and I've created something that I want to do, and now I have a guide, I have a mentor, right? I want an educator who's helping me guide through that and maybe create certain objectives, but overall, this is what I want. So I really think that that area of creators of our future world is part of what we have that we haven't developed as much as we could. And so taking that and perhaps making it the focus and building everything around it, I'm all for giving that a shot.
Thanks, Francine. Carolyn, you had something going to weigh in.
Well, I was just going to add a little quip about, we're going to need a slogan like, AP for all. But then I thought, well, AP for all had a corollary. AP begins in kindergarten, which we could change to the future begins in kindergarten, and then or the future world begins in kindergarten. Oh, anyway, we could wordsmith it, but we need a new slogan.
Awesome. All right, good thoughts. The only thought I'm going to add that I didn't hear really brought up explicitly, it might have been embedded in a lot of these comments, is that part of our vision for what we bring our kids, in addition to like these innovations and like being like civic, like having the civic mindedness and having a real true sense of what history is like, that's really like fraught with multiple perspectives, I think is the part that we want a community that reflects like a school community that they are coming out of, that reflects true respect for all people, like that really embodies the values that we have set up. Because I think that the inequities that are so present in our society, they're so hard to attack because they're not just about direct actions. They're also about structures that kind of perpetuate them. And right now we're struggling with our own investigations as to what are the structures in everything from our board meetings to our district practices, to our classrooms, to our social engagements that actually perpetuate inequities for kids that just put them down and don't allow them all to rise up, and also don't allow all of us to benefit from the participation of everyone. So, well, I will share, there are times when I cut people off. It's one of the things that I do. I did it in a board meeting in October and have been called out for that by a couple of people and said, that's not helpful. Well, great, then we should have a conversation about that. But we need a school district where that kind of conversation, that kind of culture of being able to question our own behaviors and structures is there. Like, it's not about being defensive and saying I am or I'm not. It's about saying what are our opportunities to create this society. So for me, as we do this refresh, it's really important that it not get caught up in technical outcomes, but that there be a piece of it that develops a culture that promotes equity. And a culture that promotes equity isn't just about being civil to one another. It's about valuing and living the values that we set up and making space for people to change and investigate their behaviors. And so for me, I hope that that piece is in there. All right, any other final comments from other board members to give input to this? Okay, then I think what we're going to do, looking at the agenda and the times, we're a bit behind, half an hour, but that's better than usual, so go us. I think we take a 5-minute break like planned, and at 6:04 we come back and do board comments, and then we go ahead and we go to board business section 4. And right before we go, Seema had noticed something that she wanted to bring up earlier, and I totally forgot. Sorry, can you?
Yeah. So just quickly, this is really a question for the district. And maybe it's a Michael May, it might be an Eileen, it might be a Eva, I don't really know quite who, but each of us in our liaison capacity are often learning about upcoming events that are really important, and especially right now because of COVID and about families needing access to food and fundraising to help our students. So I'm wondering, like, can we share tonight things that we can have land somewhere on our site? That's really the question. And maybe it's just something for you guys to think about and we can talk about later. But when we give our liaison updates, we have some pretty rich data or information, I guess, that I would love to have socialized up to our community. They include like things that Jubilee Reach is doing, things that Jubilee Reach needs. They include mental health, a mental health sort of forum that the Bellevue Schools Foundation is providing. And I know, other board members are going to have updates like this too. So I'm trying to figure out, can we think creatively about how we can maybe lend our site platform on some way to ensure that our community knows about this. So it's an ask. Maybe you can tell me offline what you think I should do, but I think you'll hear later in our liaison update, but some of you may, for time reasons, may already have gone by that point.
Yeah, and just to tag on to that, and then we'll close out for our break here, is I think it's more than our liaison updates. Like, there's the board liaison updates, and we can bring up these things from our partners, but we have a lot of community partners, many of which we don't liaise with directly at the board level, but at the district level we do. So like having a space for people to learn about key community events, community partner events and needs would be a really, really productive thing to have, I think. So that's an ask we're making. So Jen, if you can add that to the list of follow-up asks and items that we track, and if the district can kind of come back to us and say, oh, that already exists, we'll start putting those things here, or here's what we would recommend, that would be super helpful. So with that in mind, 6:05 actually, we'll be back at 6:05 for board comments, and we're just going to take a quick break. Thanks. Board directors, can you please let me know if you're back online so that we can prepare to begin? Thank you. Just say in the chat you're there so that I know. Thank you. All right, it looks like we have a quorum of folks back. I'm not sure if we have quite everyone, but we have a quorum. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our public comments section. As we get ready for public comments here, I'm going to end up reading the statement and oh, thanks. Now it's in front of me so I can look straight ahead. Okay, so we've got several public comments that came in this week that Jen is going to read. We have a few more than will fit into the time period, but I do want to before we get started on this, just let everyone know that I had mentioned at the last meeting that we were looking into technologically whether or not we had the capacity to start taking public comments live again, especially if we're going to be in these remote board meetings for a longer period than we had expected. And there are some options that are being looked into, but they do require new software components for us and additional staff time. So we're not at this point ready to commit to that, but there's some investigation going and the board can give some input to that maybe later tonight when we have comments section, if you have any feelings about that, but I have asked for an investigation. So that's where we're at. And so now we're gonna go right ahead into this public comments section of the meeting, and our statement here is that the board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee to the board. To maximize the number of comments, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes for each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. And because we have more than 3 comments, it will be hard to get all of them in their entirety, but I asked Jen to move the longer comments to the end, so if the shorter comments take up less time, that will leave more time to read those comments. So we're going to use 10 minutes total, and Jen will use her discretion to get us through at least a portion of each of the 6 comments that came in during this time. So Jen, are you ready?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so from Julie Siebel, she writes, Dear BSD school board members, I would like to thank you for your continued support of the class of 2021. I've been watching the school board meeting since March and have been impressed by the concern expressed and advocacy for meeting the needs of the class of 2021 during remote learning. The emotional well-being of students has been at the forefront of your messages about communication, access to SAT/ACT exams, and post-secondary preparation. I'm thankful the November 7th SAT has not been canceled and a socially distanced way to administer this exam was found. I'm still disappointed that the district has been unable to provide enough seats for all seniors who are looking to take the SAT exams. I hope this experience will provide district operations with additional information on how to administer the PSAT exam in January and AP exams in May. Communication channels have also improved for seniors and their families in the last few weeks. Key senior-only information has been communicated directly to senior students and parents. There's still work to happen in this space, as many parents are still unaware of key dates on the horizon. My hope is that communication will continue to improve and use a variety of communications methods. Thank you for listening to the community, Julie Siebel. From Doherty et al. Hi, Dr. Duran and Bellevue School Board. Thank you for your service. BSD 405 workplace harassment, intimidation, bullying, and retaliation needs to stop. You all know it violates your core values. It's worse when nepotism isn't being enforced, which allows for a culture based on fear, mistrust, and inevitable retaliation. Please uphold liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Doherty et al. From Melissa Lloyd. Dear Bellevue School District BOD, this email is to encourage your persistence in advocating for each and every student. As elected officials, we all realize that yours is an unpaid office. During this time of massive pandemonium on so many fronts, we appreciate your continued dedication. Last board meeting, Director Serafin challenged our senior leaders to think of innovative ways to reach students, most notably this year's senior class. She queried about creating a list or report of each senior or student number to raise visibility into how each student was reached to discuss their postgraduate plans. In response to this ask, we heard about surveys and 80% reached, with no evidence. I laud the BSD mission to serve each and every student. The action behind the mission is really what matters. Our community, parentheses Bellevue PTSA Council, Bellevue Gifted Alliance, and numerous other groups, have parent volunteers ready and willing to reach out to each and every member of the class of 21. Many of us have older children and know how critically important counselor support is during the senior year to help plan and then going through every necessary application form and recommendation letter request. The complicated and deadline-filled road to college is just one avenue our students can take. Each road is important. The process is complicated. In a few weeks, we will go through a required BSD board president transition. Let's use this transition to push reset on our partnership with BSD. Our kids deserve it. Let's not let this senior class become the class with the lowest to date college enrollment statistics. Sincerely, Melissa A. Lloyd. From Melinda Elliott. Dear School Board, I appreciate the thoughtful and respectful discussion you had at the special board meeting on October 28th when you reviewed the back to school planning and passed the annual plan. However, more than at any other meeting, it seemed that there were a lot of group conversations happening in the meeting chat that were substantive and not just confirming logistical items as would be appropriate in open meetings held online. The chat logs don't appear to be saved in the minutes, but chats seem like an aspect of online meetings that is not as transparent to observers as if side conversations were happening in person and potentially reaching a broader audience. I would encourage you to increase the transparency of what is happening in chat during meetings or restrict its use to merely logistical items. So as an observer, I did not believe I was hearing 80% of the meeting content. Thank you, Melinda Elliott. From Paul Sutton. Dear BSD school board members, I'm a fairly involved parent and reasonable person who has been largely supportive of the work of this school board. But as a parent and educator, the past 2 school board meetings have been frustrating to listen to, and they make me wonder if the school board has completely lost sight of what's needed right now. In particular, on the October 20th school board meeting, I sat through an awful 20 minutes that focused on the word agile. I understand common understandings and expectations around language are important, but we are 8 to 9 months into a pandemic that has killed family members, rendered some families homeless, forced some parents out of work, and caused suffering and trauma that will reverberate through the educational system for years to come. No one gives a damn about whether or not the school board and district agree on what the word agile means in a document no parent or student will read, especially when the real issues seem to be simmering anger by some school board members that the district hadn't communicated with them why they decided to go virtual until the end of January. Beyond the valuable time wasted, this conversation seemed designed mostly to publicly embarrass district staff than to working together in a spirit of collaboration and cooperation to address pressing issues facing the district. Worse still, it seemed to distract everyone from the real work needed to be done to better support students, families, and teachers and district staff who are doing their absolutely best in an impossible situation. Our district leaders, our students, and our families need tangible, sustained support, not micromanaged, unfocused, scattershot accountability. The job of school board is to oversee and hold to account, not micromanage. The board won't get the most out of our talented district staff and leadership if they, the staff, are so worried about making a mistake that they are distracted from dedicating their full effort and attention to doing what's most needed right now, helping students and parents navigate their way through this crisis. Most troubling are, troubling. There are ways this kind of micromanagement communicates mistrust and suspicion to district leaders, especially by a white majority school board of a district led by a superintendent of color, that may suggest there are unexamined racialized norms and practices that anchor the assumption the school board uses to approach its work with district leadership. Do not misinterpret or misunderstand this comment to mean that you shouldn't hold the district accountable for the details, or that the details don't matter. You should, and they do. But in times of crisis, what is really needed is trust and experience and expertise that exists within the district to do the day-to-day operations well, and then work with them to focus on seeing our community clear of this pandemic in ways that demonstrate care, empathy, and compassion. Part of that work might include asking questions like how the school board can support how instruction is evolving and improving in the distance learning format, or supporting ways teachers and administrators can support students and teachers' mental health, or helping the district prepare. And the last one, how much time do we have left?
Mike, could you be clear on the time remaining? I'm not sure quite where. Say again, please.
2 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Dear Bellevue Board of Directors, following the regular board meeting of the Board of Directors on October 20th, 2020, and the discussion that ensued during Section 5, Return to School Updates, we, the 88 certificated principal and administrators of the Bellevue School District, feel compelled to express our support for Dr. Duran and the executive team. Specifically, we write this statement as an independent group to express our belief that Dr. Duran and the executive team have led the district in a manner that is aligned with the set of commitments established by the board in June 2020 to protect health, educate each and every student, engage and support stakeholders, and help meet essential needs. For the board to suggest that we have not fulfilled these commitments is not accurate, diminishes the efforts of all BSD educators, and misleads our learning community. For example, we have protected health by developing plans to address the health and safety of staff members at high risk from coronavirus, by conducting home visits to support families experiencing trauma, and by following best practices and guidelines from state and county health departments. We have focused on educating each and every student by identifying priority learning standards, by flexibly adopting new instructional technologies, learning platforms, and methods of assessment, by implementing new interventions and supports for students' social, emotional health, and by creating and updating learning plans for students with disabilities or special needs. We have engaged and supported stakeholders by seeking regular feedback from key stakeholder groups, by bringing consistency across our learning management system, and by providing new resources, training, and other supports for staff to learn about new tools, technologies, and changes to practices. We have helped to meet the essential needs of our community by proactively evaluating and addressing technology needs prior to the start of the school, by providing meals and other necessities for all students who need them, and providing childcare options, and by ensuring our community is aware of and has access to various community-based resources. The principal and administrators of the Bellevue School District have fully supported and endorsed these commitments established by the board. In turn, we ask that you support us by holding the key functions of the board, Policy 1005, by engaging in responsible governance, creating conditions for student and staff success, maintaining high expectations for student learning, ensuring accountability for student learning, and fostering community engagement. Actions you have taken and continue to take ostensibly focus on accountability, but actually usurp the role and authority of the board. We expect to be held accountable for student and staff success and willingly engage in work designed to advance district goals and commitments. However, the manner and frequency in which new metrics are added and changed have created an environment of compliance over quality, an environment of fear to get the right answer for the board. This has not created the conditions for student and staff success. Instead, it has undermined them. That's time.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate the reading. All right, so we're going to go ahead and thank you for sending the comments. We get a lot of those and get a lot of comments, and we really appreciate the people who take the time to share those. We don't comment as we generally right away on the comments, but we will follow up as appropriate with anything. There is one comment, however, that I did want to make a short comment on, and that is that when we are using the chat during meetings, I do want to clarify some things on that. Melinda Ellian is correct. We do use it primarily for logistical issues. Sometimes staff will throw in, I have this information to share if there's time to share it. And so what I generally do on that is try to make sure either they get a chance to share it or that it's read into the record or that it's somehow that information comes up. So we don't use the chat because it's, well, I can't keep track of all the chats that come in while I'm listening to people. So there is some management of that. So I appreciate that reminder, but do want to let people know what it's used for and how we do try to limit its use. So thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move on to section 4.4 on our 4.1 on our agenda. We're going to go through some of the committee updates. There's a lot of work going on. So we're going to start with our Governance, Oversight, and Legislative Committee. We're going to focus on some legislative work that's done. Seema Serafin, I think, will give us the update on the General Assembly from WASDA, and then take us into a quick look at our proposed legislative agenda so that folks can comment on that and ask questions, and we can kind of get that to final form. And if there's time, I'll give you an update on some additional advocacy, and Seema actually has a few additional advocacy items too. So we'll try to get that all in under 10 minutes. So here we go. Seema, are you ready to jump in?
I was actually not ready to do that. So maybe what we can do, I'm happy to do that. If we take it out of order, we could come back to 4.1, and I'm happy to do that.
That's fine. I think it'd be better to have a voice besides mine, just to mix it up for everyone. So let's take, let's go down to 4.2 right now. And this is a mixed report that the Student and Family Engagement Committee is working on, and the SEAS Committee has some work on this. And I think that later on we'll be talking about how we can streamline some of these mixed reporting and efforts. But there's a lot of work in our district at the board level and at other levels to really try to figure out how to engage more community voices in the work that we do. And students, of course, being the most important voices that we have as stakeholders because they're the folks we're serving. We really want to figure out how to integrate their voices more into the work that we do on multiple levels. So we're going to hear an update about what the SIFE committee is doing, and then through serving each and every student committee, we've been talking a little bit about that too. So I have an update about some initiatives that staff has been doing in that area. So Francine, who's going to lead us through the SIFE one? Is it you, Francine, or is that Erica?
Sure, I'll just describe this, and hopefully we can have consensus among the board and then go ahead, because we've been wanting to do this for a while. So recognizing that there are other initiatives that are going on in the district, and that there's potentially a student advisory committee that the superintendent is putting together, but we didn't want to wait. So this is a phased in approach, and the idea is we really want to work to bring student voice directly to meetings, especially from our secondary schools that we're not visiting this year. And so the opening items section of our board has an opportunity where we can incorporate students to participate there, so that we are hearing their voices regularly as we then develop it into something even more substantive. But one of our really important areas is in goal 1, and it's around student well-being and connectedness. So we'd like to reach out to the secondary schools and say, have some of the students help put together a slide relating to goal 1 and what it is going on at their school to feel connected. So especially with remote learning, what are the initiatives, events that are happening for connectedness at their school? And then they'd give just a brief, I mean, it's like a minute or two just to provide a little bit. So it's a short snapshot, but it builds up, and then over time we could develop it into something more that maybe there's a whole report on when we do student well-being, that those voices are incorporated in. And then as that student advisory committee is formed, then we can draw from those student voices as well. So it would be a gradual, it's a short thing right now. And then on our SIFE committee plan, we just have a standing item to look at how to incorporate student voice meaningfully and over time. That's it.
All right. So what questions do you want to generate here from the board? What are you looking for?
I just want to know if people have any comments, if there are objections to going forward with this. It's already November. It's something that we would have wanted to start right with the school year being started, but at this time, students would have some perspective. So we'll reach out and try to find students from different backgrounds, different groups that they represent. We'll work with the school administrations to make a recommendation, and so hopefully we will get a variety over time. So again, if we just happen to have two from ASB the first time, but then later on we're able to get students from other groups or who represent different ways that they're getting connected with their school, we do hope that it's something that's viewed as over time we get these voices in, and not just saying, oh, you only did this or you only did this. Like, we recognize that it will be something that it is a small snapshot in time, but then over time we get this, and it'll be an opportunity, since we only visit a few secondary schools over the course of the year, to get that in. And then over time, again, we can look at how we incorporate student voice from our elementary schools, but we will start with our secondary schools.
All right, thanks, Francine. So Carolyn, Erica, well, actually, Erica's on this committee with you. So Erica, do you have anything to add or anything that you want to recommend on this?
No, Francine and I talked about it rather at length, and I think she pretty well encapsulated what the conversation was about. And I'm also going to apologize. My Wi-Fi keeps booting me whenever I turn on my camera, so I'm just going to leave it off.
No troubles, thank you. Carolyn, any comments or thoughts on Francine's proposal? Can't hear you yet. Not sure if you've unmuted yet.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fine idea to try to incorporate more student voice.
Great, thanks. Seema, do you have anything to add?
Sorry, not on that. If you wanted me to give my update on our legislative outreach, let me know when you're ready for that.
Yeah, we'll do that in just a sec. That sounds terrific. So Francine, I think it sounds great too. Thank you very much for taking that on and doing that. It sounds like we should give it a try. Rather than a formal vote and a big change, why don't we just commit to trying it for the next couple of months and then circle back on it in a few months and see how it's going?
That sounds great. It's something certainly we want it to have the potential to evolve, and we want it to make it meaningful for students. Again, starting small and then working it way up, and then meaningful for us too. So in the beginning, it, again, just maybe as a snapshot, but then how do we make that a rich piece of student voice that incorporates not only so that we're actually hearing them and potentially seeing them, but hearing them at our meetings, but then how that can then impact the decisions that we're making, which really are decisions that need to work for students, because this is why we're all here.
Great, thank you so much for initiating that. I'm going to give a really, really brief update on another piece. And that is, we've been looking at student voice. We've explored the idea, like, do we want to add 1 or 2 board members, student board members to the school board? How can we get more regular access to student voice and make sure that it's really, truly reflected in the work that we do? And so there are a few things that are being explored. And one of the things that sounded super attractive was this idea of a student board. So that instead of just 1 or 2 students, that we had the benefit of students from across the district, from multiple high schools, like all the high schools would have some representatives that would reflect different perspectives and different experiences, and that they would be able to give input to the district, both on operational items to the superintendent and to the school board, and would meet with either the superintendent or someone from his team and someone from the board on a regular basis, potentially monthly or something like that, where we bring in, here are the things that are on the docket, or what are there things you want us to think about that aren't on it, and so forth. So that was one idea. And then the second thing that's been coming up is our equity advisory group has been really crucial to the work that we've done in this district. It's really informed a lot of work, not just on policy, but how that policy is playing out. And they've been giving a lot of feedback to the district, to the superintendent over this last year about a lot of the procedures and the way that the kids are experiencing things. But one of the questions they were also asking is, what about students? How do we get more persistent student voice in this space? Should we have a student advisory group, a student equity advisory plan or something? And so I believe that Shamari Jones and Patty Siegworth have been working on these two different things, seeing if they're going to converge or not converge. And I'm trying to find the timeline that Shamari gave me recently for the next steps on that. So Shamari, if you are listening, or Patty, if one of you just has a timeline for working that out and when we'll hear next steps on those possibilities, that would be great. We don't need the everything, just a quick timeline if someone has it.
Sure, thanks for that, Christine. We actually sent out a notice of interest to our students at each of our high schools. That went out the end of last week and the beginning of this week. And as of today by noon, we already got 47 back. I mean, they're just flooding in, which is really exciting. And we hope to activate this student group in December and outline up to 4 hours of commitment per month for that group. And we're really excited to help them come up with strategies for implementation of our annual plan, as well as identifying areas within the school that we can address collectively and collaboratively.
Thank you so much, Patty. Really appreciate that update. So that's the student voice piece for now. You'll hear more later. So let's go ahead to the governance piece. Seema, do you want to give us just a quick update of the Ledge Assembly, but mostly walk us through the advocacy that's been going on, and then walk the team through the plan, so our Ledge agenda, so that we can get.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll do my best, and then you can, honestly, you can fill in any blanks I missed. So I think I'm going to be partly speaking to board, partly to the community, because I don't know how much maybe the community also knows, like what we do. So I think at a high level, let me just start with some things I think our board already knows. Probably a year or two ago, we started to really try to sharpen our focus on ensuring that we had, I would say, direct outreach to our state representatives to ensure that they know us, we know them. So we, along with our staff, like Melissa, like Eileen, like often Dr. Duran, and some of our lobbyists are meeting with our state reps about once a month. And we often are just sharing information to tell them what's going on. And what's great is I think we really started this before COVID. Definitely started it before COVID. We were doing in-person meetings, but now it's gone virtual, and it's actually easier to get more of them to attend. So in that, we're often giving them a pulse or a sense through anecdotes and stories about where our pain points are. So that's just sort of one bucket to keep in mind. And I think something that we've taken as an action that we're going to try to do more of is put on our website just information that provides links so our community can know and not just have to be relying on us. What are the key things that are coming up with legislation? So any given person can know what's out there that's being decided or considered by Washington State Legislature, what's Bellevue School District's point of view on it, or how might it impact our district. And then if people want, they can have that direct outreach to their state reps one way or the other. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other is, for me, just something I got to do as a Ledge rep was join the General Assembly of WASDA, which is the Washington State School Directors Association meeting. It's called WASDA. And that was on September 25th. And it was interesting because it was the first time they had done it digitally. It was supposed to be all day, and thankfully we ended early, which was great because I was basically tethered to my device the whole time. And Christine was great because she was kind of on standby with me when we were, going back and forth, because I think unlike the in-person ones, you can't hand off your credential. You're entered into the system. And for those who are listening, what you're basically doing is you're weighing in on potential legislation and giving the point of view by your school district of whether you support it or you don't. So that is that's an opportunity to narrow down a big swath of legislation, and then it gets through voting narrowed, and then it gets further narrowed through ranking we do afterward. So I will cut to the chase and say the day went well. The focus was a lot on, as you can imagine, unmet needs, particularly impacted through COVID. And I think Christine and I took an additional action as we were ranking, what things were most important to us. We connected with Melissa DeVita, who many of you know is our deputy superintendent in charge of finance. And so we tried to make sure we really prioritized, our top, I think it was the top 20 priorities really well. And then from that, there was a final ranking by WASDA. So I'll just, name a few of the top things, like the full funding of the school employee benefits and pensions program, support for special ed, fully funding staffing levels, addressing digital equity for Washington students, no mid-year, for example, no mid-school year budget cuts. You can imagine a lot of this stuff is impacting all the school districts. So many of us were asking for the same things. So that is the WASDA General Assembly update. Now, separate from that, we also have kind of our own priorities. And for those, I think we narrowed it down, and Christine wrote up a nice summary that's been posted. I'll just say at a high level, we're looking for ensuring that we, as our school district, we don't end up out of pocket, not reimbursed for costs such as PPE or cleaning equipment or additional requirements that we know cost a lot for like health screenings that are directly COVID related. We have always fell short every year in the amount that we get reimbursed for money that we spend out on special ed, and it will only be worse, I think, in this time. So we continue to ask, it's like every year, it's the same request. Would you please fully fund special ed? We've included that again, it's at the top of our list. We've asked for additional funding for social emotional well-being, both for additional counselors, for drug and alcohol counselors, mental health screening, and a host of other needs. We've identified basic needs. Funding our social workers, supporting policies for food and housing insecurity. And we go on from there to talk about local control, like the need that we have to provide our district with specific things that we know are wanted in our district. And we want that ability that if our district wants to give more, that we have the ability to obtain the funds for that. And then finally, funding to continue to be asked around comprehensive student safety. So Christine, I'll hand it back to you because I'm sure there's something I missed. Feel free. For anybody who's interested, this is nicely written online and you can read the whole thing. But hopefully that's helpful, but feel free to close any gaps.
Seema, I think you did a great job. I'll explain some other additional work that's being done, but what I really want to make sure we get is just the feedback from the board on the legislative priorities, because we need to pass this as a board. And if we don't get a lot of significant feedback, we should pass it tonight. And if we get a lot of significant feedback, we want to edit it and have it ready to bring back to the next meeting so we can use this more proactively in the work, because now that the elections are ending, our legislators are going to be back in motion and we want to be ready right there with them to support the journey. So feedback, I will talk about one other advocacy point, but first let's get the most important thing, which is feedback from our fellow board directors. I'm just going to call on you. This is like a class who doesn't want to participate and your cameras are off. Oh no, Carolyn's camera's not off. Carolyn. Oh, you're mute though.
I'm trying to figure out how to get that document open on my the BSD Legislative Priorities 2021 open so I can look at it. So I'm doing that. What's the number that we're on? 3
So
point something, 4 point something. There it is.
4.1.
4.1.
Okay. Yeah, you know what's striking me about this is there is some overlap. I was going to, as part of my liaison report, tell you what the Washington State PTA's priorities are. And Seema was just talking about the WASDA ones, and then here we have Bellevue School, the ones for our board. So there's a lot of thinking on the same page. Sorry.
Carolyn, you're on mute.
I am?
No, you're fine now. Oh,
No,
hey.
I think she's just taking a minute to look. I wonder if maybe Erica or Francine have any thoughts while Carolyn gets a chance to just catch up, because I think she couldn't read the document.
That'd be
That's right.
great. So Carolyn, we'll give you a break for a minute. Francine, do you have anything you want to weigh in on this ledge agenda?
So everything went mute for a little while there, but I think that it's I think it has the right pieces in it, and I did listen in on the our WASDA call when we met with the reps who sat on the education committee, and I do think it's really important that we meet with our reps and really advocate for the things that are in here, because there was quite a range of things that people were I guess advocating for, and so we need to make sure that the needs of our students are heard, and that there's a real understanding of what is going on. I think that, for example, there isn't an understanding necessarily that we here in Bellevue have students who are back in our buildings, and the impact and what's required for risk mitigation in order to be able to serve students and provide the needed supports. So I think that we definitely, I'm glad that we're meeting regularly and need to continue to do so. Thanks.
Yeah, those are good call outs, Francine. Those are the kinds of things we do explain when we have those. I think they're usually monthly meetings. I will say also, just for the value of others, in that there was a special, what Francine mentioned is there was a kind of a WASD opportunity to speak to members of the education committee, and they've kind of spread it out. And I think they didn't want to put legislators on the spot, so it was kind of like float out your ideas, but don't expect any answers. But one of the things, we asked, I'll say we royally, but it was me. I asked is, would you, consider being creative? Because they were like, we're not here to talk about giving out money. Like, great, okay, so could you think about maybe revising rules? So the gift around public funds, could you be creative? And don't even give us more, but give us some grace on when can we disperse funds so that we don't lose critical employees like our bus drivers, like our nutrition workers. So would you think about that? Would you think about ways that we could not lose essential workers? Because if we want to be able to be nimble and go back to school, turn on a dime when suddenly conditions allow for it, if our underlying infrastructure, we've let those people go because we're not allowed to pay them, then we won't be able to go back. And who's going to be most hurt? Kids who rely on buses, who need their food at school. So we made that case, and Francine, to your point, we'll keep making it with our own legislative reps too. It was actually not a bad time to be able to speak to some of the reps we never get to talk to. So that was good as well.
And there will be 2 more opportunities. So I'm signed up to be at the one on November 12th, and there's one after that, and we'll make sure that we have somebody at that as well. So we won't miss the global opportunities or the ones with our own legislators. And we have some regular calls with our county officials. So when there's things that the county can do to help with this, and that's not just the health department, that's the King County executive, the King County legislators. We were able to push them, for example, and they were able to get more money in the budget for health representatives in the health department to be able to work with schools and so forth. So we are climbing up every tree that we can to make sure we've got all the supports for our kids. Erica, do you have any comments on the ledge agenda?
Yeah, a couple. I see a lot of overlap between the different buckets that you have here. Like, for example, discussion of PPE and the I especially appreciated the 3rd bullet point, consider opening a state procurement channel. That's going to be critical for special education. Especially for our special education teachers who are working with kids who can't wear the protective equipment themselves, like can't wear masks or whatever. so I don't know if it's possible in the language here to kind of like touch on the overlaps. The other one is down in the allow for local control. It's a much smaller portion, but you know, related to the hold harmless and as far as funding, I really feel like this is a area where the legislature could be allowing us to actually collect the levy money that our voters have approved, as opposed to the restrictions on it that we've faced in the past that has created a deficit. So yeah, just sort of really noting kind of the overlap between these things. But I thank you, I appreciate it. And a lot of this are things that we've been pushing for a while, so.
Thank you for that call out, Erica. We are with you on the funding freedom. I like lowest common denominator doesn't solve any problems for anyone. So we are trying to make sure that we can access the funds that our community is generous enough to share with us and use it very carefully to take care of these kids. Carolyn, any comments you want to?
Yes. I like the way that our priorities here seem to mesh with other groups' priorities. So we've covered a lot of bases. I will say that right now, nationally, I think the two big concerns are COVID-19 and racial equity. So I'm glad to see both of them in there. As far as COVID-19 goes, there are a couple of things I think could strengthen what we're asking for here. One is that when we do open the buildings, we don't have a nurse for every one of our school buildings. And I think that COVID-19 has really highlighted that that is something the state is lacking in the way they fund us with 4 nurses for, 29 buildings. So I might add something about nurses, which would also help with other aspects of student health and well-being after COVID is over. The other thing that I would really, for COVID-19, that seems out of our purview that we can't do on our own without state help is some kind of rapid testing, which I think would get us all back in the classroom safely and quicker than waiting for the vaccine. So those would be the 2 things I would want to add.
All right, Carolyn, that is an awesome, just a connection to something that is another advocacy piece that we are doing. There's just so many of them. Like you're working through the PTSA with it. Seema and I are working with our legislators. Francine and I are meeting every week. Every week with our East King County school district peers from other districts. And what we're doing with those folks is we are then doing combined advocacy. Because with our collective voices, I mean, we're talking about a pretty substantial percentage of students in the state. There's 5 to 7 districts who meet with us regularly, and 10% of our students in the state are in our district. Thanks, Francine. The number of legislators that our districts touch is also, it's like 1/3 or something. It's a ridiculous percentage of the legislators in the district, in the state. So, maybe that number is wrong, but it's significant. So we have a collective voice and we're using that. And Carolyn, one of the things that we are using it for is about testing. When we last met, one of the things this group does is we regularly meet with King County officials. So from the executive's office, from the legislative branch, and from the public health. And we talked to them and asked about the testing. What we were told, I think it was this group where I was told by an official about the testing, is that the rapid testing is great for tracking, but it's not so much for managing kids back in school yet in the way they have it designed. But that's not to say that they don't, but we're advocating pretty substantially for testing. Our superintendent in one of the calls, he wasn't there, but he sent this idea with a representative, brought up the idea of having rapid test centers, even doing the drive-through clinics for it, like we did with the flu shot clinics. So there's been a lot of promotion of the testing from a whole number of different ways. The other place that one of the other district's superintendents really helped us advocate for was the idea that we need rapid turnaround with testing. Because like if we find out that someone has potentially been exposed and now we don't know whether or not to close down this whole area, waiting 5, 6, 7 days, that just doesn't scale if you're managing risks. So we really need that. So you are completely right about testing. I don't know if we want to change and include that in here, but testing is something we are advocating for pretty substantially. It's interesting whether or not we could add.
Nurses are always important, but testing, so I'd like to add some mention of them somewhere, but testing, I think we could argue and cite different evidence, but I think the best way to get us, I'm not talking about drive-through testing or some other kind of testing, but when you test the entire population, when the cost of those tests is driven down and you can test everybody twice a week, you can get them back in the classroom. And I just firmly believe that that's what's going on at my son's university, and it's, I think, what's going on at Seema's son's university.
Yeah.
And yes, it's a little out of the box thinking, but there is some thinking afoot that they may be able to drive the cost of that test, down using certain technologies, and there's technical details around that. But I would really challenge the person who said that that's not going to be helpful or not the right thing or something.
I think that may be about the current ability to apply what we have in this state, and also we've been told that because of there's some national government holdups in really getting the testing availability that we need.
Are all true, but
really compromise us. Yeah.
Yes, the one thing I just wanted to throw in was the distinguishing factor, I think that's true for my son's university and probably for Carolyn's, is the reason they can make it work is, his university has a medical school and a dental school and a vet school. So they have labs that are being used, leveraged from the university. So that is a distinction. But the other piece goes to something you said, Christine, about pods. So, from pulling from his experience, he's for better or for worse, he's stuck with 12 kids or fewer, and they go everywhere like, a unit. That's distinct. So they live and eat also together. So that's distinct from, I think the scenario where kids are together during the day and then they go home and they go to other places and then they come back. So I'm not saying it's not workable. I'm just saying there are some differences, both in the ability to test and the cost, and as well as the combination with the pods and how that works.
So let me
That's why we need state help, and I'm not sure you have to do the pod thing, but anyway, those details could be debated.
Yeah, let me suggest that Seema, I think we could wait to have this approved until the next November meeting. I think we still have a clear idea of what to advocate with people for. It just won't be an official document yet. So Seema, I'm asking you, since you're my
sorry. I was trying to unmute and uncamera. Yeah, I don't think we have to do this now. We can take your feedback and we can revise and we can bring it back. So I see how behind we are on the calendar. I think we should move on. So I think this is great feedback and we could bring it back.
Yep, great. And the only other thing I want to end with on this, so thank you everybody for the feedback. I really appreciate that you highlighted some things that are important. And Carolyn, the 2 points that you have, we'll take a look at that before we bring it to the next meeting. So thank you for that. And thank you for the discussion. The other thing I wanted to talk about there's some advocacy work that I'm involved in right now for is to press back at the state level, county as well, but really at the state level about their management of things. We don't want them to take local control of schools, but what we feel like maybe is missing is that all of the management of reopening and managing COVID risks across the state has left schools kind of out. We had to fight to get guidance for it that was health-based instead of just, politically based per area. We wanted something scientifically and health-based. So we got something that we could use, and we got some great guidelines, and we got some really wonderful things. But then all the openings, are being managed in a way that make it harder and harder to open schools. The state seems to be looking at low-hanging fruit and saying, well, I can manage this opening and I can manage that opening. And oh, well, that might affect community spread and make it harder to open for schools. And now we've left schools in this position where really we've deprioritized schools, and it's not really cool. So advocacy at the state level to take us into account in their larger picture of reopening, so that they're not necessarily telling us what to do, but they're not making it harder for us to actually provide in-person services where it's relevant and where the risks can be managed by adding to the risks based on other decisions and other priorities. So that sort of balancing is an ask that we're putting together and that we've started to push forward with. If anyone has feedback on that, now's a good time, and then otherwise we're going to move to the next topic.
So Christine, what you're saying, because this is a tricky one where there is the section second from the bottom which says allow for local control. I mean, that has been used as the excuse for not providing that comprehensive support for schools because it is around local control. So you're saying that the message around that will be more nuanced. The messages here in our bullets really have to do with funding and bargaining, but are you saying that you're doing a more nuanced message around the other pieces? Because
I can try to, let me try to take that, and then Christine, please add on. So I think the way, at least I've tried to frame it, is, you know, per McCleary, the state is supposed to provide a comprehensive education for every student across the state, so that your zip code does not dictate whether you get a great education or I will call it a lousy one. You should every student should have access to a robust education. We want that minimum floor to be as high as possible because it means more students, regardless of zip code, get a great education. When the state funds that, defines it and funds it, it raises all boats. And it could be that it's so high that we don't need to ask for separate additional funding at the local level. But to the extent that what we in Bellevue define as a great education, which often means our additional, you know, periods through a day, it means foreign language, it may mean enhancements and all the things that, you know, we talk about all the time. To the extent that we want that and need that, we want the ability to pass a local levy if our constituents are willing to pass it, or if they want to give something extra. We don't want to be limited with what I think of as a ceiling, like raise the floor, don't lower the ceiling. And that's where I think, to your point, Francine, what we've tried to explain is we keep getting treated like, these are my words, we're more like Mercer Island. And we're saying, no, we're more like Seattle. We have a lot in common with Seattle. We are welcoming students from across financial need, and we have 20% of our students on Title I. Don't treat us like we should be capped there, but we are being treated differently than Seattle. They're allowed to do local levy. They have a higher per student cap for local levy. We kind of feels like everybody punishes Bellevue. And so that's where we aren't pushing back on the notion, you know, lift all boats. We understand our tax dollars all go to the state and they redistribute it, but we're saying raise the floor, don't lower the ceiling. So Christine can probably amplify on that, but that is how I've tried to nuance that message.
And I think that's fine. So that's all around the funding. What I'm saying is that for this, the pandemic situation, a lot of the, what Christine was, I think, referring to was like kind of the education is difficult. And so we're prioritizing opening other things besides our schools and being able to support them and do the risk mitigation and support our families and all the people that are employed by us, you know, all of the school districts. There's a lot. We are bigger than some towns. We are a whole economy. We provide social services. There is a lot around schools. But that, what I hear in the news and in some of the, you know, talk is that because it's all about local control, then there isn't the same attention paid to schools, districts, education, the welfare of our students and families and educators because of that. And so that's you know, just the title says allow for local control. And that is, and you know, SWAS's position as well. It's just, I think the nuance there about the funding part, it sounds like maybe we're saying something a little bit different in terms of, but you need to provide us the support so we can have
let me
serve our students.
Yeah, let me weigh in. I think you guys both have captured two critical elements. So Francine, you're exactly right on the nuance part. And Seema, the element that I think you captured besides the funding, which is completely correct, but the additional element is it is the paramount duty of our state to educate our students, not just of our school districts, but of our state. It is the paramount duty to educate the students. And so that's how in this particular place that McCleary really plays out. In order for the state to do that, not only do they have to provide funding, they have to provide an environment and a context where it's realistically manageable for us to do that. So if they're going to manage the reopening of things and not take into account the impacts of those reopenings on our ability to manage risks and our ability to reopen, then that is not the state taking on paramount responsibility for providing education. So that means we need them to think differently. If they're going to increase exposure and increase community spread, then we need more testing. We need more localized testing. Right now, there are no mobile testing sites on the east side. There are some in the north and some on the west side and some down south, but we got nothing over here. There's just not an availability for fast turnaround. The ordering of what gets to open, you know, movie theaters can open, but now schools are in a place where all these extra exposures are happening without being able to have manageable risk mitigation situation to open at the level that many of us would like to be open at. So I think that is, the state needs to think about all of it in terms, that's the advocacy piece. And one of our other districts has already written a letter that starts to get at that, and we're gonna follow up. But that piece is very subtle and nuanced, but I think it's really important. We do need to see more state responsibility in helping support us. It's the supports, Francine, like that's what you're calling out, right? Yeah, okay, so that's what I've got on that stuff. If anyone has any other issues, bring it up in comments. Let's go down to the community forum. Is that going to be Erica or Francine? Who's got us covered here?
I mean, either way. The plan is here. Hopefully you all read it. We've scheduled the community forum for December 3rd at 5 o'clock. It's going to be a Zoom call. And the plan is to welcome everyone in and then break us all out into breakout sessions the way we would have a table in a live forum. With a staff member for taking notes and everything. If you scroll down, Mike, to page, I'm going to go all the way down to the plan because we're running behind. And there's a lot of information about, plans for updating and getting the information out. But if we can scroll down to the virtual setup, which is on page 4 or starts on page 4, the bottom of it. So where it's not clear, what we'll have to see what happens is we're asking people to register in advance, and we'll just have to see how many people sign up to determine sort of the actual setup for the event itself. Can you scroll down, Mike, to where it says Plan 1, Plan 2? The trick being that, it's in a live event, it's always hard to get everyone's voice in anyway. In a Zoom event, it's especially hard because there's a slight delay every time somebody mutes or unmutes. So we're really trying to figure out how we can get everyone into an event, into a room, and hear everyone's voice. It'll probably be handled mostly, on the fly by the board director, as far as how you want to go about introducing people in the rooms themselves. But the two plans are, one, either just like random distribution the way we've always done it in the past, or two, if there's a large sign up, it would be more grade level split so that people are more with people that have the same concerns and the same experiences or similar. Francine, you want to add anything? I don't want to go into too much detail on everything else, but I will if people have.
I think it's great if people have feedback. The only other one we're thinking about for potentially in the registration is and we'll have it available that people can join even if they haven't registered, but we'd like to be able to register, especially if the numbers start to get really high, then it allows us to plan and be prepared. Would be whether there was interest from other board members to have one session that would be just for elementary, one session that would be for secondary, and then the other 3 would be mixed, recognizing that many people have students across different grade levels. But sometimes if you really just have young kids, that you kind of want to just be talking about that. And so potentially offering that. But if everyone feels like you'd rather hear from a broad swath, then we would not do that. So that's just one area of input. And then any other questions or thoughts?
I'm seeing that.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm answer. Shamari noted in the shell or in the chat, he's receiving messages why Zoom is instead of Teams. So we considered it. Zoom is easier for a conversation rather than a presentation and having documents all in a system, which is Teams is better for, but for just an actual conversation with people and being able to see people and, you know, ease of use, Zoom is actually better. And as Harity notes, or Eileen Harity notes, it's easier for community members to join on Zoom. Teams has more restrictions for out of district participants. Yeah. So, Seema, you had something to say?
Just feedback if you wanted it.
Yep.
So I was wondering, and maybe this is what you guys are thinking, that if people can't sign up in advance, can they just watch even if they're last minute? That's a question. And then I did wonder if, I think Erica, maybe you flagged whether just grouping people up by grade level. I think that's a really good idea. I wondered if instead of having the question be around family engagement, you just made it around how are things going with our, you know, right where we are. We're in the pandemic. What are you feeling right now? I think that's probably where people are going to go anyway. So I wondered about basically shifting the question. And then my final thing was, I wondered, it sounds like from something you said, Erica, that you're taking the model we've used before, but making it virtual. I've heard more than one person say that how we get stakeholder input is not, they don't necessarily think it's optimal. I don't always hear what people would like to do instead, but what I'm wondering is, did we get input on how to do this input session? So that's, I guess, the question. Like, did we maybe, in planning this, did we respond to or try to address feedback we got at the last community forum? Maybe that's the better way to go.
So to answer your question, the first question about whether people can tune in if they don't register in advance, we did have a discussion about that. One of the options is that people can maybe attend as a webinar attendee rather than a participant, and so observe but not talk. It's again, it's going to kind of depend on how many people are there, right? Like, I know that Jen can make people participants who have joined as attendees, but if it's also a security thing, if people who come late are just attendees, then they can't, you know, write all over the whiteboard or something like that. And then as far as the, you know, the input, one of the there's two things that are different. One is the time. It's at 5 o'clock and not 7 o'clock. I don't know if that makes it easier or harder for other people, but also having it be as opposed to in person makes it possible for people who could not come because they have young kids at home or whatever, for whatever reason, who could not come to live forums can come to this. So I'm certain there are, you know, people who will not be able to make this still. Higher up on the document are all the multitude of ways we are planning on communicating that this is happening through our PTSAs, through our schools, our school principals, through the district communication channels and direct appeals to community partners. But if you have other thoughts, I'd love to hear it.
So one question that was raised by a staff member that I think is worth putting out there is, was a critical criteria review conducted on this? And I think one of the interesting questions about board engagement with our community, with our stakeholders, one of the important and interesting questions we need to ask is, should we be reviewing our overall plan with critical criteria review, or event by event, or both? I mean, in some ways it makes sense to do both. In other ways, we realize, like, you know, when we go to visit Chinook, we don't expect to include all people from the district. We expect to really reach the Chinook community. There might be some events that are more directed at sub communities. This event seems like a broad one, so it's an interesting question to me. It's a worthy question. Did you guys do anything to sort of review it? It looks like you made efforts, but did you do a critical criteria review? What are you thinking in that?
Right. So you know, Shamari raises that question in the chat, and we spoke with him and his team in planning this forum, and we will have a statement in the beginning, because we did just definitely discuss the access and, you know, what are the opportunities that we can use in a virtual forum that can make things better. How do we reach out to more people? But we also realize right now that there are limitations that, if we want to make it perfect, would stop us from having the forum at all. And we decided that we want to go ahead and try it and make a statement and recognize that we understand that this time still may not be good for people, that there will probably be some language limitations, that there are technology issues in accessing the virtual forum. There are barriers. There are still barriers, and we are working to overcome them the best that we can. We're working to make the accommodations that we can, but we do recognize that it is difficult, and we want to make the statement and put out there that if someone can't access it, or they're trying and they get kicked out, or their internet goes down, or something like that, to reach out to us. And we still want to listen, and we still want to hear, and we still want to engage folks. Similarly, we're trying to find innovative ways to do translation, but we recognize that even if there are captions, that might not work for some people. They may need the audio, and we might not be able to provide that in the same way that we can when someone can sit next to you in a room and translate into your ear, essentially. So we do recognize that. And so as we run through the elements that are in the critical criteria, we're trying to mitigate the impact, reduce the barriers as much as possible. But the alternative to getting it completely right and completely accessible to everyone is potentially to not have it at all. And so we'd like to go ahead and do that. And the board needs to feel comfortable. There will probably be members of the community who find that we didn't do a good enough job. And yet we are trying, and we are open to suggestions.
Francine, I think we're actually gonna come to one of the pieces that's gonna start filling in those holes that you just mentioned in the next item. In the C's committee update, we're gonna talk about the engagements that we're planning with lots of many different groups, and how we're gonna actually be tailoring those to reach out. So that's why I asked about, like, sure, we should look at things through the lens every time, but also making sure that the broader set of opportunities to engage is there. So I wanted to just note that there is a broader set of community engagements being planned, and we'll get to that in just a moment. So thank you for going through all the thoughtful considerations that you guys did for that. I appreciate it. You asked for feedback on the grade level versus whatever, the general. I'm game to do whatever you guys think will work. We've tried one before. I think it's fine. I like it. If another one seems to work better for our community, let's try it. Like, we should just be open and try things. We don't have to get stuck. So
yeah,
thank you.
And I was not suggesting Erica or Francine that, like, I offered the ways I would consider revising it. It was mainly on the question, consider whether opening it to by grade level, which I thought was a great suggestion by Erica, but also maybe having the question be, how is learning going at this time in light of the pandemic? And I wondered if that would be worth considering. Beyond that, no, I was mainly asking, did you have feedback on prior community forums that you could pull forward and apply here? And I don't know if the answer was yes or no, but I'm not suggesting, wait for a perfect moment and only when you have every possible criticism addressed in advance, go forward. I'm not suggesting that. I had heard from a few people that they thought we could do things better, but I never heard what suggestions specifically did they have. So that's all I've got.
All right, and I think, Carolyn, did you get any opportunity to jump in with your comments on this forum plan? You are muted.
Yeah, no, but I didn't really have any. I mean, I'm willing to try it.
The other concern I had is it looks like we have a school visit scheduled for the very same day. And I just wanted to know if folks wanted to see if that school visit could be moved to a different day, or if that people have them on their calendar and you've been planning on it and you'll be able to make this work.
We did poll everyone, and this was the result from the poll.
No, I realize I'm not proposing we move this event. I didn't know how locked in, because I had asked Jen about whether or not there were different options for the school event, if it was going to be hard for folks to get to both, because they're both different ways for us to interact with the community. And I'd hate to have people have board members choose one or the other if you're actually able to do both if we change things. So just checking.
Do we know which school?
Jen, can you?
NHI.
Yeah. Can that work for folks, or are there any problems? Just want to know. That's all, real quick. We don't have to stay with it forever.
It works for me.
Okay. So I hear no opposition. So I say that we don't need to open up changes. So do you guys have the input you need to continue and get this happening?
Yes, and we will be developing the questions, but just ultimately, because we might not have much chance to discuss it, Seema, if that is the direction that you want to take your group in terms of family engagement, we don't all have to ask the same questions unless that is feedback from everyone, that everyone wants everyone to be asking the same questions in the same room, in their different rooms. Right now, the idea is that we'll provide some starter questions and some ideas so that we have a rich compilation of ideas around family engagement, but there's no mandate that these have to be those, at least from our perspective as a committee.
Thank you guys for setting this up. This is fantastic. A lot of work has gone into this. Thank you. All right, so we're going to go forward with that. We are going to need to move a little more rapidly, so I'm going to interrupt here and there, which I said, is something I do sometimes, and sometimes there's a good place for it and sometimes not. I'm going to hope I use it well in this space. We're going to have the SEAS committee meeting, SEAS committee board update. There are two things that we want to bring to your attention. One is that we are working on doing board outreach to each of our affinity groups at least once, if not more, throughout the year. So these are affinity groups of staff, students, and families, and they are based around various affinities. So this would include organizations like SOAR, our Students Organized Against Racism. It would include some of our staff affinity groups. Hopefully it will include, we haven't in the past because they're relatively new, but our Educators of Color Network, Bellevue Educators of Color Network, and then also things like our Black Scholars, Parents of Black Scholars, and our Asian and Pacific Islander group of staff and families and community members. And there's just a multitude of different groups that we learned so much from about a year and a half ago when we met with all of them to get input when we were working on equity policy and then the critical criteria. And one of the things we'd like to propose is that instead of this equity committee meeting with everybody, that we open these up and that we have different board members sign up for different sessions, like so that we can send up to 2 board members to each session. We're trying to organize these instead of the board just scheduling dates and saying, come to us. What we had done in the past was say, do you want us to schedule a separate meeting for your group? Or would you rather we came in and interacted with you for like 1 hour or one portion of a meeting you're already having that brings people together? And most of them invited us to come and take a small bit of time from one of their meetings. So that gave us also the opportunity to hear other things we wouldn't have even thought to ask about. So that's the plan, and I just want to get feedback really quick. Would the board be game to distribute these opportunities to interact with our community organizations? I feel like we would get so much out of that.
I guess I'm confused because this is putting forward the plan for committees that arguably are in play for what we might want to do for next year. So I guess, you know, we're going to be talking about this later, but you know, I'm struggling with just too many, in my mind, too many committees, too many commitments, and maybe too much board involvement in everything. And for me, that is netting out to not being able to do as good a job on the things that I want to focus on. So I flag that as not that it's not righteous and good work, but I don't know if like it's a good conversation maybe for later about like where should the board members be putting their time and how, and is it better for the school district versus board members? So I'm just putting a pin in that to please think about it.
I think that's a great piece of feedback to give here. Did someone else just take? No, okay. I think that's a great piece of feedback. The goal here is is more to just make sure that there's been a request. There does seem to be an absence of the level of stakeholder input and stakeholder interaction opportunities. And so this is one of the places where we do generate that. And I'm not convinced that it needs a whole committee to generate. And but I do think, like, if we're going to continue to do that, I think it would be nice to spread it out. So let's bring that in when we go down further. But I still think those meetings would be great to have, to reach out to these stakeholders and get their voices into the work that we do. I think that's one of the more worthy board pieces. Carolyn, did I miss anything on that, or should we go straight to the comment?
You know, I'm just thinking, we did think it would be great to spread out those opportunities. I do think it's very good for the board to go out and meet people where they're at, so to speak. And so I guess what matters to me most is that we actually can make it happen, that we have board members, you know, showing up for people in different meetings to the extent that we're wanted to be there. But the other thing I'm concerned about, which we didn't talk about in our committee meeting, but maybe we should have, is that if somebody who's not, that we communicate back to each other about the results of the meeting, so that it doesn't just happen over there and then by accident we have to allow time at a board meeting because we can't get the information because of OPMA. So we're going to have to think carefully about that so that we can incorporate the feedback that we get into our work. So that would be the main issue.
All right, thank you for that. That's an excellent point. So I do want to open up. We do need to have commitments as a board, targets for this year for how we're going to make sure that we support each of the board commitments that are embedded in our equity and accountability policy. And one of the things that we've tried to do is to tie it to our support for particular policies and for particular district goals. So when we say, like, the outcome that we're looking for is to accomplish this district goal, really it's like that we as a board are providing adequate support and oversight and whatever it takes so that that goal can be met. But there are other things that we thought of as outcomes, and we're going to need, it's required by our policy that we update these each year. So we wanted to check in with you. We had some draft thoughts. These are not all baked. It's just a thought about what it would mean for the board to meet these commitments this year.
But by when do we need to decide that? I guess that's a question for me. Like, under our policy, by what date do we have to land on a go forward? Because I guess I would like a broader look at what committees do we have? How many do we have? To what extent are we, you know, I guess I'll call it overdoing things, thinking that this is helpful to the district, but actually creating possibly churn. And so I would love it to be part of a more holistic discussion. And I'm mindful, Christine, of you flagging that we might be out of policy if we wait too long. So what is our kind of deadline that we're working with?
I think that we had said, I think that we had said, I would have to look it up. I think we may already be dancing on the edge of what we had said. We had pushed the critical criteria commitment review out into the fall, and I can't remember if it was October or November, but we don't have a ton of time. But I think like this isn't going to influence a huge number of things. It might influence some of the choices we make about what to prioritize among committee work, because I agree with you that I think that we have been doing in some ways too much. And one of the things I really liked about the committee work, the designs that we were working on in the committees I was part of this year, is that we really lightened up. So we didn't have a laundry list of things to do, that we tried to keep it light and keep it focused on the most important things. So I think, Carolyn, I don't know what you think, but I think we could just leave these out there and let the feedback come in based on how the committee thing is shaking out. And maybe we'll wait to do them, or maybe we'll get them done sooner, but let's see how that shakes out, and then we can see how this lines up with that. Carolyn, what do you think? Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. All right, but I would encourage the board to take a quick look at these if you haven't already. Just the part, I highlighted the part that Carolyn and I had worked on in yellow, because these are commitments that we made to our community, that we as a board, these are not extra things to do. This isn't us diving into the district work. This is what we as a board promised to do to support equity in our community. So it is important that we be accountable for ensuring that happens. And some of our support is through what we support the district to do. And that's why the goals are tied in here. So there's not additional actions except supporting that work. So yeah, actually, if you look through this, there are not a lot of actions. It really is just, there are a couple of policy places and mostly support work and then stakeholders. And I think we're about to have a conversation about how to engage stakeholders more effectively. So anyone have anything they want to say about this before we just move on? Because I think tabling it is smart.
So I'm not sure if this will go in the stakeholders discussion, but I think the point that Carolyn brought up, where if we can build in the discussions so that we share the different meetings that we've had with various stakeholders, that will help also to Seema's point. So if someone is, there are some people who request, serially to meet with each of us, for example, but perhaps that's something that, when one or two people meet, then they can report to the rest of the board. And so that might address some of the time concerns, because yes, we are all volunteers in this. And then just want to call out what was in the chat. It's been noted that Shamara's team is doing a lot of engagement and focus groups with students, staff, and families of color. And so, is there something then where potentially there's an open invitation where if that group would like to have a board member present, then perhaps we coordinate from there, but perhaps they don't. Perhaps that's something that they don't feel is that they want, and they want to have a different discussion. And so that we can be flexible in having that. And certainly also in our SAFE plan, we have this, we want to coordinate all of the board's active engagement. Certainly if people are taking one-on-one meetings and things like that, that's different. But the activities that we're doing aside from the forum, there are many actually where we do engage the community, do get stakeholder input and feedback. And so to just make that really clear to everyone, and I'm fine with trying to disperse that out as people are able. It's no requirement to sign up, but I think that we can do that in a way where there's more transparency and more sharing.
Yeah, I think that one of the things we should consider doing is putting a section up front in our meetings, not at the end, for a discussion of stakeholder inputs. Like we've treated that as more of a liaison, and if you happen to meet with people, you can bring it up in your comments and reports at the end. But maybe we elevate our stakeholders through the ordering in the meeting, and also through how we organize the topic. Because one of the other things that's important is that, if we happen to have met with 3 stakeholders that month, that doesn't negate the rest of the stakeholders in our district. We don't want to overemphasize voices. We want to make sure that we are proactively also soliciting voices and bringing those to the table. And the more we share together across all 5 of us, the more of a balanced understanding of what's going on for each and every student and all the stakeholders supporting them. So I would like to make a motion if folks are amenable to it, because we have exceeded our time on the update to our commitment targets to 0130P. I would like to make a motion that we allow for the commitments and the equity policy, the targets for commitments for this year to be updated by the end of December, and just give ourselves some time and give the district some time so that if they have some I's to dot and T's to cross on theirs, which is mostly tied to the annual plan already, then there's time and grace to do that. If that is agreeable.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, actually, if anyone's opposed, please state so now. Anyone opposed? Great, then that's passed. Let's move on. FinOps, can you guys do this kind of quick since it's just an update and not a big thing?
I can be super quick because I don't have that. We haven't met really, I think, since the very last board meeting that we mentioned anything in. So as usual, FinOps will continue with policy work where we made some progress in prioritizing that. We also always do the audit, just to remind people, we participate in that. And then the big thing right now is the Superintendent's Advisory Council, which is going to be looking at the budget. And the two members of the FinOps committee, that's me and Francine, have been invited to sort of be the sort of official board sponsors of that council, but we don't actually go to that council, although I did listen in to the first kickoff meeting. And then there's an afterwards staff update meeting about what happened at the council. So Melissa DeVito was kind to give us some talking points about the council, but basically, quickly, the main points are thank you very much to those who have volunteered to serve on this council, and it's not just the usual suspects of you know, parents and teachers and administrators and the people you expect, but we also have some business leaders from the local Bellevue community and some nonprofit leaders on the council, and so many stakeholders, and they'll be committing time to this. And what the goal, the Superintendent's Advisory Council will probably consider a number of topics over its lifetime, but right now they're working on budget. And because we have this budget shortfall that I thought it was 20-something million, but the most recent figure I have is now 30 million. And they're going to help us identify sort of the trade-offs and the priorities and, you know, how to potentially get that budget shortfall incorporated into our upcoming budget plans. So that's the main thing that's going on. And Francine and I are trying to keep on top of that process as just with some board oversight.
Thank you, Carolyn. That's helpful. Any questions for the FinOps committee? All right.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
but the just to repeat, that Superintendent's Advisory Council is being run by the superintendent and his designees, not the board.
Yeah, there are multiple of those, and that's how I think we've generally treated it. Where if one of those groups has some input for the board, or the board has some need for input from them, that we connect with them through the superintendent. But we don't run those, and we don't participate as regular attendees. We connect.
Right. But with our lovely technology, we can be flies on the wall.
And bandwidth assuming. Yeah. So that's great. Thank you very much for that. And I think that moves us into section 7. We're going to start with 7.3. I'm going to just give a super quick bit of information about what was revised and where we're going with this governance calendar. It is an attempt to take another step forward in terms of the quality of discussions that we're able to have. And the most significant work was done by the staff led by Eileen and supported by Melanie and Eva and Melissa and others, but that we wanted to theme things. So while the district needs to fulfill its progress monitoring requirements, because that's how they do things, they know if something's going well and then they can adjust and so on and so forth, we as a board don't need to monitor every detail of everything and give deep feedback on each item. What we really want to do is get things much more organized around the 5 strategic goals, that we're driving, and how do things fit into those, and how do they support them, have the progress monitoring available and reported to the board, and then have a conversation, not about one by one, but have a conversation about that goal that at that meeting and where we're at, and where is there board input needed on something? Are there deep questions? Has the district changed direction and want to really make that clear to us? All the right things about what it means to collaborate and to provide that kind of informed oversight and shared collaborative direction setting. So that's what we're trying to move to. We're kind of new at it, and I think that we also need some work in what does it look like to structure not just the meeting itself agenda wise, but what does it look like to structure those conversations, because we're so conditioned to give a report. It's like show and tell, ask a question, move on, and then there's no collaboration, there's no discussion. It's just this performance almost, or presentation and questions, and we want it to be more substantive than that. So the attempt here was to group the things by this 5 strategic goals that we are really trying to keep our eyes on and drive. So whether it's a small tier 2 goal underneath that, or a large sub goal, a sub measure within that strategic goal, we want to put those things together, give the data, and move on. And that's the most substantive change to this, and that's where we really want input. But if there are other things about this document, we can talk about those too, but I would think it would be nice to start with that one. So I know, Seema, is your mic off? You look ready to talk.
Yeah, sorry, I keep thinking I'm clicking off and I click it back on. So I guess I really have a question on when do we need to sign off on this? When are you looking for a vote for this? Because for me, a lot of, and we'll get to this next, I think 7.4, a lot of the details on this feel like implementation details. And I'm looking to first have a higher level conversation around if we were to step back in a different spirit of how can we, sometimes you slow down before you can go faster. How can we pare down so that we can focus more? This presumes that we have a status quo and we're making changes to optimize that status quo, which I think may be where we land. But I guess I'm asking, what's the timing? Because I'm hoping before we get to this, we will have more what I will call foundational questions on should we be doing things differently? And so that's my first question. When do we need to, I will say, sign off? This is written as draft. You're looking for input, but I'm focused, I guess, on more foundational questions. I've spent the last week or so just trying to think about what could we do better as a board, where maybe it brings us to doing less, but doing what we do better. So, and that would have implications for the school district too.
Let me answer your question. We need it yesterday because we're trying to plan meeting agendas the district. It's not planning meeting agendas like an exercise in logistics. It's really an exercise of what reports are being timed where. We've worked very hard to kind of implement a progress monitoring and reporting structure, and this plan kind of actually does imply a big overhaul on how we're treating what we do with that progress monitoring and how we converse about it. So I think we need it sooner than later because the district needs to be able to plan out a month or two in advance to reach deadlines and to get the progress monitoring done. But I also think that the issue you're raising about stepping back is really important. And that's where I think part of our board development this year should be really focused on kind of revamping our board meetings, how we converse, what we accomplish, what we set out to do in them. And I think you're asking a step back even further from that about what inputs or processes or roles do we want to play as a board? Where are the most important things that we want to contribute to in this system? Because we could do many things, and right now we're probably overtaxed. So I think you're proposing both of those things. What I'd suggest back to you is this is something that it's a reflection of the evolution of the work we've done so far. And I think we should let the district try this. This is how they thought about grouping things. And while we let them try it, we should go ahead and step back and do those conversations that you're talking about, and then go in and make an adjustment, like change this if we need to, but don't leave it hanging with nothing. Leave something in place and let us evolve it as we go. Just revisit it. That's what I would recommend.
Well, okay, I guess I have two thoughts. I'd love to hear from Eva as to, you know, I guess how critical it is that we nail this down, because my proposal would probably be, can we carry this over to our first or even second meeting in December? That would be my proposal. If that creates a problem for the district, then I get that, but it feels like very fast for an ask and approval.
Well, if we, wait. So Seema, if we carry this over to December, I'm not sure that there's anything different. I'm not sure that what you're proposing is a problem. So if we carry this over to December, it might mean that we've effectively, by default, committed to using this structure for at least November and possibly December, but then we can discuss and revise it for moving forward, because in absence of approving it, we have to do something, right? So it doesn't matter.
That would work. That would work. That would work.
Yeah, let's hear from other board members too, and then we can check in with staff too. But let's hear from the rest of the board on things about this. And Seema, actually, you didn't comment at all on the idea of moving to the themes. So maybe as everyone else is talking, I'd love to hear what you had to have been thinking about in terms of moving this to the themes of the 5 goals and really focusing on those instead of focusing on item by item by item. So
yeah,
but
I mean, generally I like higher level, less, you know, in the weeds of, which feels very operational. So yes, as a higher principal, I'm good, but I don't feel like I have very meaningful feedback right now, because I'm still kind of stuck more on just trying to step back more holistically and examine what we do and how we do it. So for that, I think let me hold off.
Great. Okay. Francine, are you turning your mic on there? No. Okay. Carolyn, do you have some feedback on this updated approach or anything on this document?
Okay. So the thing that's concerning me about the board governance calendar, and it's not really a concern because hopefully you'll just be able to reassure me. I have watched the evolution of this document over the years that I've been on the board. And I think that prior to my time on the board, there really hadn't even been a calendar at all. So it just was, you know, whatever came up. And so what I liked about the calendar as it was originally instituted was it made sure that, first of all, we don't forget any of our required reports. So I see that we do have a column there for that. But it also made sure that we didn't leave any areas of the district untouched in a calendar year, meaning that, you know, that there weren't areas that we were responsible for knowing something about that we didn't know anything about them because it, you know, just randomly never came forward. So when you were creating this, I think in years past, you were kind of careful to maintain that we didn't lose some things. So we're not going to have the same kind of reports with just sort of slides and 3 seconds to answer a question that we used to have, because we want to go deeper than that. And also, hopefully, it'll wind up being just sort of less, like you said, performative work by various administrators who have to come and do this little show for us. But I want to make sure that in your opinion, I ask that in your opinion, drawing up this calendar, have we lost anything that we're
I love your question,
what have we lost?
Because that was one of the things I valued so deeply as we went through this exercise. But what came to pass in executing on the exercise that we developed of getting every single department and everything is we loaded the agenda to the point where we can't have concerted conversations. So I think that the way we protected and preserved what you're talking about is through the reporting, the goal setting, and then the monitoring and reporting policies. So we still get all of those items, but we don't necessarily make conversation time for all of them. Because if we just have tiny conversations about every topic, we don't have substantive conversations about anything. So I think that you may not find this calendar as satisfying in terms of the topics we get to have a handheld presentation or at least a few comments discussion on. It may feel less satisfying. What I'm excited about is sort of, I'd kind of let this fly in this way because I didn't create it by myself. In fact, I did very little to create this. This really came from staff and saying, this is how we think we can theme things and put them together. And I really like the idea of that, but I'm also seeing let this fly until we converge with the rapid design process about strategic focusing. And if that brings us some new insights into how we can focus our meeting discussions, all the better. But why create an interim one and then another one and another one? But I don't know. Carolyn, I don't think we lose that in overall.
Do you think it's all covered in the materials? Because what I'm thinking is I need to go back to one of these from several years ago, Steve's table of the elements version and just start crossing things off to just kind of make sure that it's somewhere, even if it's just in a report that we don't discuss. So
we need to do that exercise. I don't think we did that exercise on this particular document because I didn't do it and I didn't ask if Jen had done it. I think Eileen tried to do it, but I don't know if there's been a check and balance. Usually when we do a review like that, 2 or 3 people will do the check and verify that everything's there. So I don't know, but the intent was to keep everything there in the reports, but not everything there in the agenda items.
I just don't want to forget some small corner of the universe that, and then they'll feel neglected and we won't know what's going on with them and all of that.
Hopefully not, but we should do a check on that. All right. Erica, thoughts?
Just sort of tagging on to Carolyn's comment, and I see that Melissa has something to say about it as well. One of the things that was sort of lost the first time we redid this with the goal of having more discussion and not just 25 minutes for a report and we're done and we see you again next year, was the reports from our community partners. So the PTSA used to do a report, I know Eastside Pathways, BSF, and that got lost in the last iteration, which I understand why, but I think what we really need to do is make sure, as Seema noted in the beginning, we're protecting the liaison director updates time so that we can still have that kind of feedback from our community partners, even if they're not giving a full report to the full board.
Awesome feedback. I think that's probably going to fall in with some of Seema's take a step back piece too, in terms of what do we want to use our time with and how do we want to prioritize that in meetings. That's great feedback. I don't think in terms of Carolyn's question, Erica, I think you just partially answered it with, there is something that I didn't check that we got in here, but I think that might be missed.
I think one question to consider too is just for staff, for board members, for the community, a board meeting now is a departure from your evening. Say goodbye to your evening, there's a board meeting. It's supposed to last 3 hours. Well, it might last 5. That's a daunting enterprise. And I think we should ask ourselves, is whatever you're planning, even though, presumably we'll have a different board president, vice president, is it going to set us up for longer meetings or shorter meetings? Or I'll just say meetings that are on time. Forget even shorter, just meetings that allow us to begin and end when we had planned. So we have to factor that. We should hear from staff on that. And because I think I'm with you, Christine, the thematic piece is absolutely what I was hoping for too. That for discussion and all the rest. What I don't know is how it all plays out. And what I do know is I would love a board meeting that does not mean, I dread it because it goes on for 6 hours.
Yep, great point. So let's hear from Francine and then let's hear from Melissa DeVito, who has something she wants to add, and then Eileen as well.
So in terms of the discussions, yes, I mean, it was something we moved to with the SIPs. We haven't done it yet, but the idea that we would have a discussion and think about education across elementary schools, across middle schools, for example. And so there's been a movement for that. I think the themes are important. I want to emphasize, but it's also, open to the rest of the board in terms of how people want to receive the information. We'll have information. We're working on having that more ongoing for some of the detailed things, especially now with the, return to school and the remote and the hybrid. But also, these say reports. They don't say presentations. So the material will be there, but how we then interact with that material in a discussion format, or whether we still, have someone present it and ask a couple of questions, that's the part that I hope changes, right? So that if it's a report, then it's something that can be consumed and digested, and then we have a discussion about it. And so I just really want to call that out, that I'm counting on it, that they're reports and not presentations from my perspective.
All right, that's great. We've heard a whole bunch of input from the board members, and also want to thank Francine because she also gave some input along the way on this process. I think Melissa has something she's going to jump in with. Eileen might be able to clarify a little bit, and then we can go from there.
So most of what I was going to say has already been said. I think we need to really look at, do we really need to talk about everything that is on these agendas every time? Because we are consistently running significantly over, and there is no depth in the discussion even. So limiting topics, getting things in writing and a written report rather than a presentation. I just think we should revisit it and take a step back from it to look at it from all those contexts.
And Melissa, is this does this take a step in that direction? This proposal to this thematic thing, is this taking a significant step in that direction, or is this too tiny and it's not going to do anything yet?
I don't think it's made a big enough indent. I just think we should take a step back and really look at it from that perspective in terms of what the board wants to be able to accomplish.
Okay, I think I follow that. Seema, does that sound consistent with the stuff that you're driving right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not driving it. I'm just saying, like, Mayday, I need help, because I think I can see how when we talk about board roles for next year, no mystery here. I'm like, there's no way I can possibly do some of these things, because it's overwhelming. So yeah, you do ask at some point, how did we get here? Are we actually benefiting, the board? Are we benefiting the district? And so I think these are all interrelated. Yes, what Melissa says makes sense to me. It's what I also am concerned about, but I don't necessarily have a solution to propose. I just know that we have a problem, and that's why I was worried about getting down to granular details of implementation if later I was going to say, can we revisit all of this? So hopefully that provides some context.
Yeah, and I also want to say, I hope to goodness that the culture of this board is that we can revisit anything at any time if it's significant enough, not to go willy-nilly and bouncing around all the time. But if something isn't working, we need to be able to say, hey, I have data here that shows this is not working, and we need to fix it. I think COVID got in the way of us taking another step on this sooner. So this is great. And Eileen, did you have something that you wanted to add to this discussion that hasn't been said?
A lot of what I was going to say have already been said. I think, Seema, this approach gets at what you're saying, but it does require giving up hearing about a lot of things that are in the annual plan. I think staff are fine with waiting on the calendar to see how it plays out. One sort of missing piece, because we've already submitted all the reports for the 2nd November meeting, which are kind of grouped around family engagement and communications. One missing piece is, how do you set those higher level discussion points, which kind of goes to what Melissa said, like, what is the board looking to really anchor in on these areas? Because we do get into a lot of implementation, a lot of progress monitoring, and I think all that information is important, but that's one remaining question for that 2nd November meeting. Is we don't want it to be every presentation gets 20 minutes and every board member gets one question. We want it to be, okay, all this information has been shared with the board. Now, what are the key questions that you have? Similar to what some of the discussions that were had this evening around what are some of the key questions? What are the priorities or what directions need to be set? But it does require moving away from that periodic table that Carolyn put in there. We've sort of been evolving in the years I've been here. I started when the periodic table still existed, and it was kind of difficult to see sort of the through line. It was like things came up because they needed to fit in the calendar and how they fit with space. I also think this is a good topic, and I think it's on the board development plan to think about how this fits into how the board is going to run their meetings, because it goes back to something Thomas Alsbury said several workshops ago with efficient boards talk about 1 to 2 items per board meeting, and our board talks about 4 to 5. And so that means you're like, everybody's rushing through speaking about everything, and I got to get my one question in. But it also means the meetings go way over, and it means you can't go as in depth as you want, because that's something I think I've heard from every individual board member about. You want more time to go in depth on certain things, but that does mean giving up a discussion on some other things that are still important. It's not that these things are not important, and it's not important for the board to know about them. But when you try to talk about all of them, you get like 5 minutes here and 5 minutes there. And so I think the calendar can be used as a good starting point. It can also fit into some of the things, like some of the things that Eva talked about with if we rethink the strategic plan. And it does mean we're going to be half in and half out, like with the annual plan, and still following what we said under 0300 and under the annual plan. And so we'll have to allow that to sort of evolve. But I do think as it's structured, it could be a good discussion point for the board, and also working with the district to say, what do we want these discussions to be about? Because right now it's like drinking from a fire hose at every meeting.
And I also think it means giving up not just topics for conversation, but it also means giving up particular things we might want to say, like bowing into our own curiosities or our own like experiences, because maybe we don't have time to go through, like, are those the right details? Is that going to drive the right conversation? So making sure that we kind of put all that in balance. So I do think we should workshop, like, I do think this should be the primary area for board development this year. I just want to acknowledge that, first of all, I think part of what we'll be able to do with it will come from seeing what happens with these conversations, and seeing what plays out with, like, let's say this November board meeting. And I'll work with Eileen and Francine and make sure that there's some kind of questions to anchor the stuff in November to see if we have a set. If anyone has proposals for that right now, please just chime in. But maybe that data will help inform whatever we do in board development to further this, to further develop this. So we can get some data for ourselves and see how it works. So that's great. But just realize if we don't pass anything, we're going to still have board meetings. So this is the plan. So that's all I wanted to call out, that like this is the plan we proceed with, and the changes that we're able to implement may not be on a dime. It might be delayed by 1 or 2 months to be able to make the next phase of changes, and just recognize this is the plan and we can adjust it and change it on small scale and also make a huge change to it. So by not approving it, I don't think we're not approving it. I think we are by default approving it because there is no other plan. There is no alternate in place to organize what's going to come next. Does that make sense to everyone? Is that fair? Okay. So is there anything else you want to say about the board governance calendar that we're not going to approve, but by not approving, we're approving for now? Nothing? All right, great. So our annual organizational meeting is coming up, and with our annual organizational meeting, what we do is we have to assign officerships for the board. That's where we start, and then we make sure that board members are assigned liaisonships in the DAC position, and also assigned to the board committees to support the board committees. And so usually this always happens by rule and by law, actually, in the first board meeting, and also our ledge rep. This happens in our first meeting in December. And years ago, we started a practice of having a conversation about who's available for what and what do you want to do in this November meeting, so that we could look ahead and get organized so that it's not just like a, oh, wait, yeah, we'll just start assigning people. So this is our opportunity to have a conversation. For the officership, we have no more than 2 years in a row for president. So I've been president, so I'm out on that one. So who's in is probably maybe where we want to start. But then the other parts will be like, who are people who are interested and have some bandwidth to do that. It does not have to have 40 hours a week or 20 hours a week, but it still does take more bandwidth than an ordinary board role. And then for the other positions, we ask that our liaisons turn over every 2 years so that different board members get exposed to different parts of our community, different stakeholders. I would propose, however, that we ignore that this year if there are folks who want to stay because of the COVID and the remote meetings and not being able to be in person with people. If there are people who wanted to stay one more year with their group, I would suggest we could think about respecting that. And then for the committees, there's no requirement for turnover, but I agree that the committee, we may just have too many committees, and even the liaisonships, there may be too many. We added one last year called the WIAA rep because that was supposedly a position. There was nothing organized around that. I didn't feel like there was value added, so that is a position that I'm not sure we need to keep in place. We can all just sign up for the WIAA updates. But I think that others have some ideas about structure of what we are signing up for. So Francine, can you give us some ideas? Seema, then can you give us some of your ideas, and we'll just see if Francine, Carolyn and Erica have additional ideas, and we'll kind of go from there.
Sure. I mean, I'll just start with mea culpa. Like, I do feel like I should, you know, offer to do president or vice president, but I have to say, I don't feel like I can. And I think part of why I'm calling a bit of a Mayday for just reassessing what the board does is I do want a board member and also a board president role to not be something that's equivalent of a full-time job. And while I know you've said that doesn't have to happen, I think it has expanded to that, and I don't think I can do it. So what I mean, certainly not president. So I will just offer my, I guess, soft nomination if it can go that way. I would nominate, you know, Francine to be president and vice president Carolyn. And Carolyn, if Carolyn's not up for it or can't do it, then I'm willing to step up to do vice president. But I think Carolyn would be great at it. So those are my thoughts. I think maybe we should be talking out loud about that first. I think in terms of overall, Christine, I think the liaisons and the committees, I think we should think about how can we balance sort of you know, ensuring that our partners and our liaisons and our community, that we are engaged with them, but can we look at it through a different lens than, you know, going to meetings necessarily? Like, are there other ways we can do it? Because I think I just find personally that I'm just randomized and I don't have enough time to do what I'd hope to do, which is think a little more substantively about what does a great education look like? What can I do to help it get there? I do find myself just trying to, across a full-time job, balance this. And so I personally worry not just about me, but what that means for the next person who wants to be a board member. So that's a little bit just of context. In terms of what I'm interested in, I think I would welcome moving off of Bellevue Schools Foundation and Jubilee Reach because I've enjoyed it for 2 years, each of those, but I think others will enjoy it too. So if I was to pick one, I would say PTSA. If there was space or desire, I would enjoy doing that because I think it's just a very different ear to the ground place to be. And in terms of committees, if we assumed what we have now didn't change, I probably think I have a lot to learn about finance and ops. So I think I have to move off of goal, but I know you're saying we could have some grace there, but if somebody else really wanted it, I'd probably say, can I still keep ledge rep, but not be on goal? And I don't know the answer. So that's all I've got there.
Thanks. Francine, I think you had some ideas. Seema, you also had hinted that you might have some ideas about trimming down the committee structures, but you didn't have anything to say about that. So is there anything specific you wanted to add on that line of thinking, or do you want to just let Francine go there first?
Yeah, I guess my main thought is, I think every leadership group should have the chance to, I guess, form what they think could work in their time of being president, and so, and vice president. So part of what was in the back of my mind is I knew that, we have a policy. It's going to mean that we're going to have a new president, and so I think I'd probably look to, if it ends up being Francine or ends up being Carolyn who's president. However, or I don't mention Erica, not because I don't think she'd be outstanding, but because I know from prior conversations that she's already got a full plate between her full-time job and her 3 little ones. So I had understood that that was something she didn't feel she could take on. I want that to be clear. I think she'd be a rock star at this. But I guess my meta point is I probably would think that maybe for board development, for the committees, I would want a combination of where does the school district think they want and need our help, and where do we think, or I would say board president directionally want to have that show up. But that's where my lack of history on the school district, I don't know how long we've had all these committees. I don't know which one the school district would say, please don't drop that, or which ones they would say, you get in our way more than you help. That's where I think having a candid discussion would be helpful, because for every committee we have staff members who have to join us. So who do join us. So I just think we should be, I would say, leading that with the president and the staff.
I think you raised some great points about the scope of work. The committees came about for a particular reason, and that was that for a while we had no committees, and we had a time when we went through every single policy, and every policy was reviewed and updated and done, and that was done in these virtual committees that were constructed on the fly. And then we decided that one committee should be responsible for all board policies. And so what that did is it meant 2 people were actively working on the policy aspects of governance, which is our primary tool, and it left everyone else out of the governance. Like they could vote for it, they could talk about it. So what we tried to do is to construct a couple of committees that would look at different parts of the policies. Unfortunately, what that did is I think it led to scope creep over time. And so I think that we need to pare back the policy, the extent of policy work that gets done each year to the essentials for each committee. But I don't think it's a great idea to get rid of the idea of having each board member have an opportunity to touch different policies. When we made the committee structures, we also tried to fold in some of the other work that the board does. So the legislative advocacy was folded into that. I think I might have proposed a while back that it's possible that we could put that advocacy piece in another committee for like managing, but it had stayed with goal committee because I don't think GoalCom has a lot of work to do right now in terms of the policy work this year. But there are other things. We added the C's committee when we realized that equity needed a lot of attention, and it was supposed to be a temporary committee, and we wanted to get rid of it last year, but because the critical criteria hadn't been fully updated and we didn't finish some of that stuff, we've kept the C's committee on. So to give you some of the history, that's some of the history. And I think that the most important thing that we can do is make sure that every board member has some touch with some of the important work that we do, but then we scope that work to something that can scale. And right now, I don't think it scales for board members or staff, and we've been struggling with that. But then we do it to ourselves. We'll make a committee plan, and that's a place where we had an opportunity to scale back, but we still put a giant committee plan together. And one of the pieces that's gone into 2 committees is board engagement. The importance of board engagement has really been embraced by the SIFE committee and by the C's committee. And so that's another place where scope is growing. So I'm not gonna make comments about exactly what to do with it all right now. I just wanted to give you, how did it evolve? What are the structures? What are we trying to accomplish? Francine, you had some ideas. Do you want to bring them up?
Yeah, I think you touched on a lot of it, which is that last year we said that we would work to phase out the Cs committee and incorporate it. I think there's a lot of overlap with what SIFE does, especially as SIFE, the scope of that was rewritten in 1240, and so we've revised the SIFE committee plan. So it really is about, rather than so before there was some, I think it wasn't clear about how we were supposed to liaise and interface with the district on communications, and so really now it becomes what is the board's communication plan, which is really an outreach plan, which is really how do we listen to our community and take that input and really have it at the forefront of when we're making decisions that affect the people that are in it, the system. And so I think that it is time for that work that Cs is a primary component of the Cs work to be folded into SIFE, and then the other portion, which is really overlaps with the goal committee because of the policy numbers, that could be folded into that committee. And I think then we'll have accomplished that. So we wanted to take last year to do it. It things happened, but now rather than assigning new people to it, we could just integrate it into the existing committee work. And I think we made room for that in SIFE, so it makes sense, at least, and that's the committee I'm on. And then just to speak to the other things, and I missed just a couple minutes of the conversation that I just had a connection issue. So I think we're also saying what we're interested in. I really, really enjoy working on SIFE, but I have been there for my entire time. And so if it's time for someone else to take it, I will stop there. I hear Seema is interested in FinOps, or I wasn't sure if you're like, that's the only one I don't know. I'm not sure if you were saying.
No, I was saying, yeah, FinOps could be good. The other thought I just had, Christine, you were asking any suggestions. One way to think about it is there a common denominator on the staff side? So I was thinking like, goal, meaning governance, oversight, legislative work it's Melissa. And Melissa also shows up at finance and operations. And arguably, what's the core of everything we do for, begging the legislature for help? It's always about money. So one could think about taking those two and condensing them, and meaning making them into one committee. And it might also be more efficient for Melissa. It's an idea, but I'm not suggesting that we figure it out.
That was one of my initial ideas. So I think that that is not a bad match in terms of like interest in where things are falling out. I'm gonna jump in here on a piece, and that is I have invested a pretty substantial amount of my time on the legislative advocacy work, and so that's something I'd like to continue doing. I'm investing time every week, and the relationships I've built with that, I've invested time in working on that. So I'm not sure how that would all fall out, but I think it calls to mind something that's really important that Carolyn has tried to make present for us for a long time now, and that is the importance of all 5 board members being empowered to do the advocacy work. And so maybe the scope of what the legislative piece needs to happen is actually much smaller. Maybe the scope is simply like the writing of that plan, and that different board members can participate in different advocacy pieces, but just providing the plan is something that gets done. I don't even know if it needs a committee. Like, is that something that the ledge rep can bring to the whole board and take off the whole committee's agenda, and then everyone can participate in various advocacy places?
Yeah, I mean, the other idea is we could revisit, do we need 1 ledge rep or should we have 2? And that way, there would be, I like doing things in teams. You and I could do it together. Or if you thought, so that would be one way to do it. We could also say, well, per your point, we waived the 2 years if you wanted to continue doing that work. So it feels like that is.
There's no 2-year issue with committees. There is no 2-year cap on committees. So that's not a problem. But like trimming down the legislative stuff to be like not a whole committee's worth of work, to just be a ledge rep and a backup, and those folks make sure that stuff gets done. That's fine. If you want to put it into a committee, putting it into a different committee, that's fine too. I think think these are all legitimate ideas. And I think they're really important. I think the other piece, so if we said that the committees were, if we limited the committees to the policy that they touch and then talked about the other functions, there really aren't a lot of functions. There are 3 other functions that our committees do. One is legislative advocacy, or really oversight of legislative advocacy, because everyone's doing legislative advocacy. Another is coordinating stakeholder engagements. And then a third is overseeing the audit. You don't need a whole committee to oversee the audit, but you may as well just assign it to a committee because it's a small thing. But I don't know.
Christine, but the other part of FinOps that is important is the budget part, and Carolyn's really, you know, taking the lead on that, and it's just particularly important this year. And so I hadn't quite finished what I was going to say, which was I was planning on staying on FinOps because of kind of the longitudinal with that, and then both Carolyn and I are the liaisons to the Superintendent's Advisory Committee. However, that doesn't have to be paired together, so if someone really wanted to do it, it's my first year, but I would defer to having Carolyn stay on because she's taken on, it's work I want to take on too, and really partnering with her on it, but if one of us has to continue to spearhead it, I think I would defer to her on it unless she feels differently. And so I just wanted to finish that out. But if we were to combine goal and FinOps somehow, I can see how we could then take out pieces of it, and then maybe those become the instead of the standing committee functions, they become more the ad hoc things. So in a year like this year, the budget should have you know, attention paid to it, I think.
Just a question.
I mean, every year, but I mean, more so this year. Like every year, it's our duty as a whole board to work on the budget. I want to make that clear. But I mean, it just, in this case, there is that extra liaison function and really working with members of our community and on it. So
I guess just a question though, and maybe this is a historic piece. I mean, if you were president, do you also then want to be on multiple committees and liaisonships? I mean, that's the part I'm not getting. If Carolyn's also on, she's vice president, I'm happy to be on no committee. I'm not like hankering to be on a committee. So I'm also looking at it as it's a reprieve for the person who's the president or vice president, not to be spread so thin. So maybe it's something to think about.
I think the other committee you have to add to this list is executive committee, which seems to have become a thing between the president and vice president. I don't think it was always that way, but I think it sort of is now. You can tell me, you know, there's like things you've been doing. I just feel like we have more committee slots than we have people by a large amount.
Yeah, if we pare it down to the 3, which you know, if we want to pare it down to even 2, so goal, SIFE, and FinOps, and then plus executive committee, and we have 2 on each. That's 8. So that's, you know, 2 people take 2, and 3 people take 2, and 2 people take 1 each slot.
Why do we need an executive committee? Can you help me understand that?
We don't really need an.
I made up that term, but I think from what I'm understanding, it evolved that way from the amount of work that I'm kind of sense that they're doing.
I think what happened is we needed, there was help.
President, vice president.
There were 2 things that happened that evolved some sort of exec committee. There were like follow-up actions just asked to be done. And I generally find that I'd rather do a follow-up action that like has high impact to the board with another board member like reviewing or giving feedback. And I feel like that's a really important thing. So Francine ended up kind of helping and serving in that role as she was vice president at the time. Plus it gave an opportunity for someone else to participate a little bit in the agenda planning or the board calendar work or something like that, so that it wasn't just one board member, and also so somebody else had exposure to that, because I felt like I was the only one who had any exposure to that, and that was a bad thing. That it was better that.
But isn't that just the role of the president and vice president? Do we need to call it a committee?
Well,
I thought by default you guys are acting as president and vice president.
No, we don't need to call it a committee.
There's been other things. I mean, you have to when you met with the union, you had to, you know, it's only one meeting, but you know, you did that kickoff thing with the union. You did the the sorting out the board development stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And then there was the meeting with the Board of Health thing. And this is only things I'm sensing that's going on.
Board of Health came from Goalcom, and then only one of us from Goalcom could go, so Francine stepped in as well.
Well,
So
okay.
That wasn't, yeah, that was actually supposed to.
But those are still tasks that are probably going to be ongoing, so.
Yeah, I think that some of those have kind of lived their life, and others of them, like the partnership with the school board directors in East King County, that's kind of like, that doesn't need new people or anything. It's not an assignment. It's a group of people who decided to collaborate. So we'll still keep collaborating if there's, you know, whatever. Yeah,
So
it doesn't.
maybe
I guess what I'm saying is we don't need an executive committee. The executive committee can kind of function ad hoc as needed, just by virtue of being the president.
Okay, so I think my point by calling it that was, maybe I'm distracting you by calling it that. But what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of work, and it needs to be kind of like, we need to be mindful of that as we're trying to spread things out.
Yeah, which is why I don't understand why you would also want to stay on FinOps and stay on Goal and stay on the others. But that's why I was pointing out, like, don't you want to not be doing those? But I'm hearing from Francine.
Who's you?
Carolyn and Francine. So that's why I'm sort of confused. But I personally would say collapse and distill to what we think can be, you know, effectively done without too much, you know, overreach. And the reason I say overreach is just because every time there's a goal meeting, there's a level of churn, let's say. What meeting, what time, what works for you? And all of that is just distraction. Same with FinOps. And there's somebody on the school district side who's also on the receiving end of that. So if we were to collapse SIFE and SEAS, they're one committee. If we collapse Goal and FinOps, one committee, then I personally don't know that we need to have another committee. We know that the president and vice president end up having to do a lot, which is back to my original point, Mayday, I can't do it. Because I think it is very, you know, it's demanding. And so I don't know that you need a committee to codify that.
So I was thinking it might be useful for all of these committees. I'm sure we do have it documented, but I was thinking if I had a quick list, like I know on FinOps, it's audit, it's something about the budget outside of the policy work, you know.
We just did that orally, Carolyn. There are four things that are it's the budget and the audit for FinOps, it's the stakeholder engagement for SIFE, and it's the legislative advocacy for Goal. So
is that all it is?
Yeah,
those are all the. There's not more of those things under SIFE, or there's not? I thought there was, because the plans are more complicated, I think.
I think SIFE's plan was going to be simplified because we updated 1240p, and the plans that were made weren't aligned with the updates, because the updates to 1240p were to simplify, to really just simplify. There are some things in there that say, like, if the district needs a liaison or a point of contact, this is the committee it would use to get that information, but it's not an ongoing need to come do this and engage in that proactively, put a bunch of things. This is the, you know, if there was an issue with the budget, the district wouldn't say, oh, who wants to help out? They'd go to FinOps and say, hey, we have this issue. What do you want to do? How do you want to go back to the rest of the board with this, and get some feedback? So I think that the other things are of that nature. So why don't I propose something and see what you guys think? Based on everything I'm hearing, I think rather than try and do a huge overhaul, we could do a small overhaul. Exec committee only exists by virtue of when the president and vice president work together. That is an executive committee, and sometimes you will do that. And Cs can be distributed into Goal and SIFE. The engagement work can go to SIFE, the policy work can go to Goal, because that's the policy domain of Goal. I don't think it's a great idea to put the legislative space into FinOps this year, because I think FinOps already owns the budget, which is a substantial thing, and the audit. And it is possible that Carolyn might want to continue to function on that space because she's invested an enormous amount of energy and time into something that hasn't quite finished yet, which is that budgetary clarity process.
Well,
so
I would say not yet. I'm always on the verge of doing that. But what I want to do is, you know, I was going to share with everybody, it's kind of evolving in my mind to the idea of like a budget wiki that doesn't take staff time, because I want staff not to be worried, but just whenever a board member learns something about a particular area of the budget, we can document it along with a piece of the budget and what do those terms mean. So we need to, you know, that would be something I'd be excited about getting going on, so that we can understand some of the trade-offs that come out of the advisory council. But I can't say there's been a lot done yet on that, just ideas been kicking around.
Great. Let's hear from Erica about things she'd like to do on the committees, and then let's see if we can arrive at some possible. We don't have to vote or anything tonight. This is just determining what might work out. So Erica, any thoughts?
Yeah, Seema was correct in her assumptions that I have no bandwidth for president or vice president. Thank you, Seema. I am currently on the SIFE committee, and I am the liaison for East Side Pathways. This is actually my 3rd year as the liaison for East Side Pathways. They specifically asked that I stay on as they were doing a big overhaul of their process, and then that all got interrupted by COVID anyway. I love working with East Side Pathways. I think it's a fantastic organization. I think it would also be beneficial if other people on the board were more familiar with it and more familiar with their process and the work that they're doing. So I can go either way on that. I would be interested in working maybe either with Jubilee Reach or with BSF. I'm happy to stay on SIFE. Yeah.
Okay. That is helpful. Thank you.
And DAC.
Right.
John says DAC. Yeah, I didn't do anything for DAC this year.
Yeah, I don't remember if I did anything for DAC, because one of us was backup or something and one of us was primary, and I don't remember doing anything for that. So, all right. So what I'm hearing is committee-wise, we do want to tighten up here. So I think I'm gonna make a proposal that we keep SIFE, goal, and FinOps, and we can make more changes again on this, but maybe we just start there.
Christine, I think we've got a comment maybe, sorry. I also have some staff insights if helpful. That's from Eileen. She put that in the comment, so you may have missed it.
I did miss it, thank you. Eileen, can you jump if you have an insight on this that would be helpful?
Sure. I just think from a staff perspective, and also looking at the effort the board puts in, because I think sort of where I sit, I get to see the bigger level picture of what everyone's doing. I think all the committees, we've done a little bit of managing scope with the committees, but maybe more could happen there and getting to the very basics. I think also from a legislative perspective, it doesn't necessarily have to be goal committee, but I would advocate for some continuity, because I think one of the most powerful things we've done in that area is having those monthly meetings, those relationships with our delegation. So at least some continuity would be helpful. I think some of the other piece from the staff perspective is really figuring out what are the key objectives or outcomes, which you all have, but maybe even getting more focused. Like for goal committee, the big thing is the legislative advocacy, which I think it's sort of converged upon. I mean, there's all those governance policies, but it's mostly converged upon that. With the FinOps, it's converged on the budget. With SIFE, it's a little more amorphous. And then there's a lot of things that come in from the staff side as well. So I think possibly revisiting that and maybe picking out 1 or 2 priorities for the year would be helpful, and may also give board members a little bit of breathing room. Because I think when you think about the engagement, a big piece of that is also in the liaisonships. And how does that fit into how you're engaging? There are people who, because then it would be worth looking at who's not in the liaisonships and how do you fill those holes, and how do you map that way in terms of engagement, rather than trying to have it happen in multiple places. Because I do see from a staff perspective of the district staff participating, and then also looking at all the work Jen puts into the committees, which is like a heroic lift often, and thinking about creating some space there too. I do think there's some opportunity to really pare down the scope. It's the same with what we talked about with the reporting and the meetings of there's many things you could look at, but if you look at too many, then you're kind of not really looking at anything in depth. So that's just my sort of 2 cents from a staff perspective.
So thank you, Eileen. That's super helpful. So I am gonna, based on what Eileen said, I'm just say that the tag onto this is just that as these committees get established, I'm gonna recommend strongly that in December you rescope the plan. Just reset the plan and make it scope. I'm gonna propose the following to folks, which I don't know if it is gonna sound good or not good. I'm gonna propose that GoalCom, I know Seema, this is not your fave thing, but I'm gonna propose it stay the same and we think about how to relocate Ledge next time. Because I think that continuity in Ledge and the work that's been doing, both of us are doing right now, just makes sense.
And I'm happy to co-share the Ledge rep thing with you. I enjoy that. That's fine.
That's fine. All right. And yeah, well, there's so many pieces of it. So I'm going to propose that for FinOps that be Carolyn and Francine or Seema, probably Francine, because I think Seema is saying bandwidth for one is good. So that's okay. If Francine's up for it. And then I'm going to offer to Francine, I think if I'm giving up president and we're scaling things down, I'd be willing to take on SIFE. So I'd be willing to be the board member who takes on 2 committees if it's scaled down. And the problem is, if we're going to take on all of board engagement, coordinating it, not doing it, the whole board engages. But if we're going to take that on, because the stuff we were about to set up for SIFE is pretty substantial, or for Cs is pretty substantial, then we're going to need to be careful and scope that. But I would be willing to take that on and then just let C's work be distributed, policy work to goal and engagement work to SIFE. Does that sound like something folks would be interested in working with that structure for committees?
Yeah, I think that's a step in the right direction. And then just like last year, we said, let's consolidate C's into the existing framework. This year, I think people can be really mindful about where are the areas of overlap between potentially goal and FinOps, and then what are maybe complementary but distinct roles like Ledge Rep or other things that we end up doing.
Remind ourselves that we're gonna commit to not dropping the equity commitments. How about that? As we, to make sure that, because that's part of what C's was doing. And so I don't want people to feel that if that committee gets consolidated, that would get dropped, because each one of these other 3 committees has got some policy areas that they're working on, and they've got sort of like, I know for FinOps, we have a matrix, and we're weighing very heavily the policies that were recommended by EAG that once we've gotten some modified and there's more to go, and we're not dropping that.
Carolyn, the commitments are 013OP. They're a policy, so they go to goal. They won't get dropped.
Right.
They are then charged.
But so Carolyn,
for people to know.
Yeah, I think what we're doing then is modeling the idea that equity is embedded in everything we do, and so it doesn't need to be a separate committee. It should be part and parcel of everything.
Remind everyone that we're, not dropping the EAG recommendations that haven't been completed.
Yeah, the critical criteria with each of our work. We're taking a look at the policies that are specifically flagged by EAG. There's a lot of things we do, but I think it is modeling that equity is embedded in everything we do. It's not a separate activity. It's not a separate committee. The other thing, I don't think I get to finish. I serve on YouthLink. It's actually, it says my second term, but it's really like 1.5. I mean, the first term was only a couple months, and I would enjoy doing that. I missed the committee meeting tonight because of the confluence of us changing our meeting time and they changing their meeting time. But because I've built the relationship, I put forward a couple questions, and it is a meeting I stay for the entire time because it is the youth of our district that are in this, on this, council together, and they're from all parts of our district, and they're a diverse group, and it's just really great to listen and work with them. And so on the other hand, if someone else wants that opportunity, I completely understand that. But they just sent me information from the meeting because they knew that I really wanted to get that information from them.
Okay, we should switch over and kind of finalize this conversation because we are running really low on time here. So, I mean, we're way past time, and I think like there's a witching hour that's going to come up. So we need to finish. So the thing I want to call out for the equity work as well is that Ivan asked me personally if I would please participate in this leadership group that's doing an equity training, and it is with the BEA, and it is with the school district leaders and some other folks. And he asked me because I was on Cs and because I was president, and this thing only goes through January, so it's not like the whole new term or whatever. He also asked, he was trying to figure out if he should do this based on Cs or whatever, and he asked if Francine was available, and Francine is not available. It is a very comprehensive training. It requires 7 days from 8 to 3 and 1 evening. Wow. So it is a non-trivial ask, and it is all compressed into the holiday time frame, except for 2 of the meetings or something that are in January. So it is pretty intensive. It's going to upheave my schedule to do, but he said it was very important to make sure that we had a board person involved in that. And I wanted to check in with the rest of the board to see if there's somebody else who wanted to take that on. Or if we felt like that's something you don't want the board to participate in, or if you had any input, because that's another place that will maintain a sort of, I'm going to call that an intensive liaisonship, because that's a pretty substantial time commitment being asked in relationship building piece that's being asked. So anyone have feedback or input on that?
Well,
I guess I do, which is it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to clarify. He only wants 1 board member for that, because you can usually have 2.
No, I think they would take 2. We can check and see if they would take a second, because he did also ask Francine, and Francine, you're still unable to do that. Is that correct?
And
yeah, those dates do not work with my schedule, but I have offered, and I think probably for everyone, if there's reading materials to complement and supplement the work I already do in the field of equity, I'd be happy to see them. I can't make the entirety of the series.
I can send them to you. Let's just like talk at a level right now about what people want to do. I'm happy. I just don't want to take meeting time to go through logistics.
Yeah, let's not go through logistics. Yeah. It sounds like you want to do it, and I think, Christine, if you want to do it, you should do it. So I think Carolyn's question might be, could she do it too? And I think if there's a space for a second person, and Carolyn, you can do it, I think it would be fantastic. But I likely, based on what you just described on times and all the rest, I think we know what the answer will be from me. But like what Francine said, I think there's a lot of information sharing that can really help elevate everyone's knowledge. And maybe there's a way you can also bring back the takeaways. But let's simplify. It sounds like you would like to do it, and it sounds like there could be an opportunity for Carolyn to do it too. And then the only question will be, would Erica want to do it?
Erica?
No. Sorry.
On a theoretical level, I'm very enthusiastic about keeping the board into that space, but on a practical level, it is not going to be a straightforward tact. And I also want, I also have some additional feelings about the focus of the training that I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah. So I'm willing to do it, I think is the bottom line. So, and I'm willing to invest in it. So. Great, now we have that settled. then let's go ahead and as we figure out the rest of these assignments, I think it's going to matter who's willing to accept the officerships, because that is a burden. Francine, are you willing and interested in taking on the president role? Because I'd like to make sure that like everyone, as people volunteer for liaisonships, it falls into line.
Right. Well, it sounds like that everyone else has turned it down. I'm willing to serve. I certainly wanted to defer to others based on seniority. I have certainly learned a lot from being vice president, and so would be ready to do the position.
Okay. Then in terms of vice president, I think the first year of someone's presidency, it really anyone can take on that vice presidency role, and in the second year, it's nice to start thinking about folks who might be willing to consider taking on the president role, to take that so that there's some kind of transition or whatever, but not required. So Seema had proposed, I think it was Seema, had proposed Carolyn or Seema.
Well, I nominated Carolyn, and I am hoping she'll be willing to take it.
Carolyn, are you open to that, or is that not?
I would really look forward to supporting Francine in her presidency, because I've done vice president before, and so I just feel like I could really kind of help, help.
Awesome. All right. So we have 2 people who are willing to be officers. Fabulous. We have people who are willing to serve on committees. Fabulous. Now we're going to go through the liaisonships, and everyone is in their second year. So before we just go through this very quickly, rapidly, is there anyone who would recommend that the liaisonship noted here be eliminated or be replaced with some other form of engagement? I really don't think I think that calling out this WIAA representative is misleading. There is nothing to engage with. When I've asked questions, I've gotten a quick response. Or not a quick response. I've gotten a response, but it's not, there is no liaisonship. It's just somebody who's looking at this stuff. But I don't know. Do folks feel like, and it's not really to WIAA, it's misleading. So I don't think I would continue that position unless people really wanted to have it there. In which case, I'm happy to continue to receive the WIAA emails and send them to Jeff if he doesn't have them, but he usually has them. So
I think someone should continue to receive the information and just have those channels open. It sounds like on the one hand, it doesn't really take much of your time anyway. But
okay.
It's one of those things that when we need to have input, then we want to have that channel open, because that means there's an issue.
All right, I'm on it then. I'm happy to keep that one. It's only my first year. It's the only one here that doesn't need to turn over. I will keep it, and then next year we can decide to either eliminate it or someone else can take it on.
Let me talk about PTSA for a second. So I love doing the PTSA liaisonship. I've done it for 2 years here, and so my term is up. I think they would, I think they're pretty happy with me, and I actually serve on their board, so I will be at their meetings, just a warning to whoever takes it on. But I think it would be great to have a different person do the liaisonship, because that actually, of all these liaisonships, I think it's got the most formal responsibilities. You're expected at their monthly meeting to give a little report about what's been going on with the school board, and then usually I try to come back here and give a little report about what's going on with them. So it really has time on both agendas. So I think that's somewhat unique. But yeah, I kind of told them who I thought it might be, but it doesn't have to be that.
Well, Seema says she's interested. Is there anyone else who wanted to sign up? Because if Seema's interested, I think she should just sign up.
Yeah, I mean, just so we're clear, I'd asked Carolyn, what's it like? How much work is it? So I wanted to understand before I put my name in, in the board meeting. And it sounded like something I could do. And frankly, I would learn a lot more from, because I'm not as plugged in every day in school as I was when my kids were younger. So,
well, you can certainly arrange with their president about where you are on the agenda and how that fits into your sort of work schedule and so forth. I tend to stay for like hours at that meeting, but I don't think you have to. And then the other one is special needs PTSA, which Christine apparently has been doing for 2 years. It's one where I joined that PTSA and I go to most of their meetings, so I can easily do that, but I've done it before. So, I like it, but
I just want to chime in for Seema's benefit about the PTSA Council. I found, when I was serving for them, I was not nearly as effective as Carolyn because I could often not stay for their meetings. Now that was when they were in person and I needed to physically get to work. But it's a lot better if you can stay for the whole meeting and hear their whole agenda. You learn a lot more.
I do a lot of informal, I think with all of these things, the truth is a lot happens when you're like around the coffee table, as it does in everything in life. Yeah.
All right, let's keep going through these. So special needs PTSA is awesome. I've learned so much from that group. They are exceedingly thoughtful. And I meet with some of their board. I don't go to their regular meetings. You can, but that's kind of the model, and
yeah,
I would recommend it highly to anyone who wants to take that on. Anyone, any takers, any interest?
Do you think I would be better? I think I could do one of those two. Is there a desire for me to be on one versus the other? I mean, I'm just.
No, I don't think you need to trade that. We need something for each of them, so it doesn't matter if you've already chosen the other one. That's fine. All right. So
special needs is less because they have fewer meetings, and I'm happy to do that. Again, I've done it before.
Yeah, I think I'll just say I wouldn't call it less because there's a good amount of follow up, in making sure that whatever's communicated and shared.
And I'll just defer to, Carolyn, if you want to take something on. I attend the PTSA meetings and the special needs PTSA meetings, and so I'm there, but if I can't be there because there's other people there, then I'll just.
Well, I will say, I didn't even think about that. I am on the board at council, so I do need to be there.
So for special needs PTSA, maybe then we should have Francine take that on, since you're going to continue to serve on the other council PTSA, and it sounds like Francine's willing to do this one, and she's already attending some of it. Is that correct?
Well, no, it sounds like Seema wants to do one. So I was saying I'll defer to others. I'm there and I can be as a backup, and that's what we've done too at council. I think there was one time Carolyn couldn't be there or something, or maybe it was when you were. So then I just filled in, and so I can be a backup.
Can we check for OPMA? Because I'd hate to.
So am I on PTSA or not? Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Well, because of PTSA, Francine's been going to the meetings also for the whole 3 hours. And so is there a way like one of us can be there without being there?
No, you're gonna have to choose. I think the safest, easiest thing, not only do we not want to violate OPMA, we don't want to put the image of violating OPMA because that just calls into question credibility.
Well, that was the old, if we all show up at the Strawberry Festival, we just go stand at different tents and don't talk to each other.
But in this case, people are in the same meeting.
We're like an hour and a half behind schedule. Are we really resolving this tonight? I thought we were just having an initial, what are people thinking conversation so that we could come back in a month and vote on it. So do we actually have to net out tonight is my question.
It helps if we can get close. It's fine if we have some open questions. So it sounds like, Seema, you're willing to serve on PTSA or special needs PTSA. I would be happy to, I've done Jubilee Reach before. I'd be happy to take that back on, or potentially do the East Side Pathways depending on the scope. Eric, are you suggesting that
Jubilee Reach is not a lot of work. But I think it's a great opportunity for someone else to learn about what they do. I think one of the most important things is to make sure you're checking in and learning what their needs are and sharing it back. Back when we were pre-COVID, I think there were more opportunities to go in person and to take a look and see what they were doing. It lent itself more to that. So I just throw that out there. In terms of PTSA, I would probably say I might learn most if I started with PTSA, and then later I kind of became more of this, more steeped in that and then went to special needs, but I'm happy to do either. I think they're both, in my mind, equally important. So we can think about
here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose that if anyone has anything they really want to do, call it out now. And I think maybe we'll take Seema's input and just we'll finish this at the December meeting, or if there's extra time next week, because there's always next meeting, there's always extra time, right? We can talk about it, but we can finish the liaisonships. I think the biggest thing that limits people and that like there's a lot of head psychs worry about is how much bandwidth am I going to have? Am I going to have to take this on or that on? I think the big bandwidth piece is the committees and stuff we've got, and we can just assign the liaisons later. Is there anything anyone wants to call out that they'd really like to be a part of at this moment?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think we could potentially put out a doodle thing too. It's not just limited to times, and people can put that in too. So then you can just see the chart.
And then we can use that chart at the meeting and
yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you for that. Great. So then let's move on. We're gonna just try to touch some of these things and move forward. I really do think we've gotten some calls from folks about the election and the stress. We've also, there's been some, increasing amounts of stress and things about folks feeling safe and supported for a litany of reasons. And so that is why I worked on this item 7.1, this board resolution. And I worked with Kelly Aramaki on it to make sure that it was supporting and complementing everything the district had done. And I had Eva and Melissa review it, and Francine helped with this. But I do think with the election having just happened and all the hostilities that are out there, we did a statement like this as well after the election in 2016. So I do think it is a relevant thing for the board to do, not instead of, but in complement to the work that the district is doing. And I think the district is planning to send out or has sent out a message to the community. So there is, the district superintendent team is communicating about this as well, that this is sort of reaffirming our support for that work. So I would like to bring this forward as something that we pass, that we consider passing.
So I just want to comment. The reason I was saying I don't think it's a good idea is not because of the quality or the sentiment or spirit of the statement. I think it's a great statement. I think it's really around who should say it, and that's for two different reasons. First, in my mind, the hard work was done by staff, all the things that Kelly described, and so I feel like the right source for that, the fact that we did it 4 years ago, it's, maybe if I was on the board, I would have said the same thing. This kind of statement, I think, should come from the superintendent. So I think he leads on these things. So I think the right thing is for the board resolution to be, it's almost I don't want to say top down, but it's we resolve, and we often are instructing in our resolution, or we are demanding something, let's say from the state legislature. I don't know that I want us to start using our instrument of a resolution in this way, because I think it's equally appropriate, if not more, that come from the superintendent. And so I just would question, if we do that, then there's going to be a million reasons why haven't we done a board resolution. There's so many other things we could have resolved to speak to, and we haven't. I think your opening comments, Christine, were very poignant and thoughtful. And I think on that level, you provided the sentiment that was foundational and important. So it's not that I don't like the statement. It's not that I don't agree with it. That's why I wanted us to make sure our staff could have, and our whole community could have the space to vote yesterday. But I just want to make sure we use our resolution in the right way. And for that reason, if you take a vote, I'm going to abstain. I don't want it to be, an indication that I don't like the statement. It's rather, how should we use our board resolution? And for that, I think the better thing is, just as the superintendent has made statements during, in regards to Black Lives Matter, in regards to, after Parkland, all these things that actually do impact people's lives profoundly. I want to give that space to the superintendent, not to have it perceived that if the board doesn't have a resolution, it's because we don't care. So that's kind of the meta point.
So I have a comment or two that I'll make, and then we'll see if anyone else has comments. The last time we passed this for after the election, it was at the first December meeting, I believe the first, but I'm not. I would have to check. But I think that we could wait and bring this up at another meeting once the superintendent is back, so that there's time for him to make a statement if needed. I also think that this isn't just any topic. There are a million topics that we all care about that we're not necessarily going to form resolutions on, but this is the core topic that we have really committed our district to doing, and that is serving each and every student and acknowledging when there is a problem in the way our students are being treated or are able to be served or are experiencing things. And this is the core well-being and safety of each and every student. And that's why in the top of it, I was able to note that there is a history of board resolutions that are related to this topic over the past several years, like statements and resolutions. It's not a single one, it's not an off subject. So I would be happy to delay voting on this until after the superintendent is back. But I actually believe that this is a space where I talked to several parents and said, do you need board resolutions for things like whatever? And there was just an indication that it would be nice to hear the board's support in this space, that like it does matter and it does show a united front and across the entire breadth of the district all the way through. And I think, like, for me, this is one of the most important spaces in supporting each and every student. So that is why I would like to leave this. So I don't know what other folks feel like. I'm happy to table this until another meeting, but I don't want to just dump it. So can I hear from anyone else?
Well, I'm very much on board with the sentiments expressed in this resolution, but I do wonder, because I've received a couple of statements like this from other educational organizations that I'm sort of connected to, one being UW, the other being Cornell, and they always come from the executive leadership, the provost or the president or something, and not from their boards. And so I'm wondering if, because you're right, we do want a unified front and we do want people to feel reaffirmed, but I'm kind of afraid of what Seema brought up, that we'll now be called on for a bunch of resolutions that maybe won't be as easy to agree to. So I'm wondering if this could come from the superintendent, since his staff has worked on it, and we could sort of endorse his statement or something like that, show support for his statement, that we're all on board with it, without it being a resolution which may have some legal meaning and repercussions that I can't fully trace out.
To clarify, Carolyn, I met with different people, and I talked with Kelly extensively about the work that he had done and asked him what it was that he wanted to see support for from the board and where that would fit in. But the staff did not write this. This is written by me.
But the request came from the staff that we did.
They did not make the request. The staff did not make the request per se. I raised it and the staff said, yeah, we should look at doing that. But we hadn't talked about whether or not Ivan would be okay with it. But in general, he has appreciated having board support for different things that he's doing and appreciated. But a joint statement from the board and the superintendent is certainly another nice thing to consider.
Yeah.
But I do think that this, I don't think this sets the precedent Well, I mean, I guess if you guys think it might, then maybe it does, but it hadn't in the past set that precedent that we would then be doing resolutions for every single thing that came about. That there are different ways to acknowledge and respect those things, which is why I've started adding acknowledgements at the beginning of the meetings about just like the important things that are going on. Everything doesn't need a resolution. Sometimes it just needs to be recognized. But this is weighty. There are some pretty weighty things going on right now. So, and it is our biggest commitment that we've made. So that's why I leave it out here, but we can table it. In fact, it sounds like that's what folks would like to do, but Erica.
No, you haven't heard from the other board members, and so I don't want to over-index my point of view. Others may feel very good about passing this. I would like or be supportive of if the superintendent wants to make a statement and it could be signed by him, board as well. Sure, I just want to be mindful of the resolution per se. But, Erica, Francine with Christine, that would be 3 out of 5. We don't have to do everything, in exact, we're all harmonious and respectful. We don't have to always agree on everything. And I think it's fine, Christine, if others want to go forward, go. I just want to express my point of view.
That's fine. Erica, do you want to jump in and then we'll hear from Francine and then we'll move on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I want to support the sentiment fully. I had not considered your perspective, Seema. I think that a joint statement between the board and the superintendent could be more powerful, but I don't have strong feelings about waiting for it. So,
because we could send it out as an email and then we'd reach everybody if we had a joint statement versus the resolution that just might get filed somewhere.
And Francine, you had raised some of these questions when we were talking the other night. So why don't you jump in?
Right. I think I raised a lot of the same points that Seema did, but on the other hand, in terms of precedent, there was precedent, and so that's when Christine approached me with it, suggested working in some of the previous references to the previous resolutions. I think reaffirming things that we really believe in and stand for is fine. I certainly see the point of having it come from kind of the executive branch of our organization, and being able to disseminate it in that way is also something that's important. I'm fine with doing that tonight and then having additional work be built on it. If there's something, however, from the staff side that is objectionable, I'd like to hear that for some reason, if it should be phrased differently. So yeah, I brought up a lot of these same things, but I'm at peace with that this is certainly something that's fundamental to our mission, and it has been done before, and it's reaffirming, and it's important to reaffirm things, especially in times of turmoil.
Hi. So my preference obviously would be to pass this and then take a follow-up action with the superintendent, but I'm also comfortable with kind of moving it and potentially still approving it. And like, I don't think it's an or, it can be an and, like on record that in 2016, the board put a statement of support for this. In 2018, they put a statement of support. In 2020, they put a statement of support for affirming each and every student. Like they are all in on this, and the actions of the district are actually getting behind that as well and demonstrating it. And it's a thing that's throughout the system. So for me, I just don't see this as an either or. I see this as an and I think it's really important, based on my discussions with others, that it is about about everyone. So it's 9 o'clock, and and staff needs to go home, and we need to wrap up. So let me just propose that I will bring this back to the next meeting after I check in with Ivan. And then if for some reason that conversation yields an indicator that maybe we should change course, then I'll come back with a new proposal. And if that seems to think like, hey, let's do this and something else, or let's whatever, or let's edit this and then do that, or then we'll come back with a modified proposal. Does that work for folks?
Yeah, I think it's up to you, Christine. It's up to you to, if you want to make a motion, then you make a motion. If not, and prefer that course of action, then that's fine too.
My preference is to pass this, but I also have a strong preference in collaboration. And since we have a theme of issues raised and the easy solution is to talk to Ivan, and that can happen in a week, then I think we take the solution that privileges collaboration, and then we move from there. So I will bring this back unless there is some compelling reason not to. So I am considering this tabled, but not passed. So the sentiment, I stand behind all the sentiments in this, and I believe that our community should hear it loud and clear that we are there, we are committed, the district is going to keep working on this. So that's where I'm going to leave it. Now it's 9 o'clock. We have a couple other items on the agenda. I'm going to propose that if staff needs to leave, they should leave. And board, I'm going to ask. We didn't talk about the development plan, but I'm going to make a request of you to review the development plan and come back with comments to our next session, so that whoever takes over as president in December has a good starting place. The development plan that's been presented it's a drafted plan that includes 3 components. One is really working on the quality of our board meetings and our board conversations. So I think that the sentiments expressed here tonight would privilege that. The second is our commitment for equity. Our second is the commitment to equity development for the board, always making sure we do that. So we are committed to doing that. It's not a choice. So that's something that we should think about. There was a proposal, there are 2 pieces of that I threw in there, but you can think about what matters to you. But I thought like maybe one of the most important ones was really something Francine proposed, which was deeply understanding what staff is getting out of their training and how they're applying it, and really being able to connect to that and understand and support that in different ways. Engagement is another piece. And then third, I put the work that Eva is suggesting here as part of board development, because I believe when we as a board participate intentionally in some district-led process like the mission, vision, values, where we're collaboratively setting direction with our staff and leadership, that and with community input, that is a development exercise in and of itself, because it requires us to build relationships, gain deeper understanding of the work and cares of our stakeholders in our community, etc. So I included it there and I also believe it'll end up being a meeting tax. I don't believe it'll be something that we'll end up doing as like a half-hour piece in a board meeting. I believe that for that rapid design process, there will be at least 1 session, if not 2, where the board is asked to like actually workshop with our staff. And so if that's going to happen, I wanted it in one place so that we could see the scope of what development work we were committing to. So those are the 3 things. And I think if folks can have comments for that in the next November meeting, then the person who takes over in December has a good starting place. If that works. Okay. So any comments or questions or issues with that at this point, to just bring back some comments next time? Okay, great. That takes us agenda planning. We've talked about the board meeting thing. If you have something that's missing from the agenda, let Jen know, we'll deal with it. And she is very, very conscientious about making sure you always see the meeting content that's being planned so that you can do that. So these are here. That takes us to the superintendent update. Eva, if you are still online, do you have anything that you want to put out? Oh, sorry, I forgot that we're doing this in reverse order, but since we're already this late, can we let staff go first? Great. Eva, do you have anything you want to add on the superintendent's update?
Just letting you know that we got $105,000 from the City of Bellevue. It was a grant process for CARES Act funding, and that we're looking to use that for supporting childcare tuition. So we'll put this in your Friday update as well. We'll put more information about it in the Friday packet.
Thanks, Eva. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. All right.
good news.
And sorry, Carolyn?
It's good news.
It is.
Yes.
It is good news.
It's yet another partnership and yet another piece of community support for our schools. Like, we'd never do this without our community. All right, that takes us to director updates. I've met with a lot of folks since even just our last week's meeting, but even between those two, I'm happy to share those updates, but it sounds like everyone else has got some hefty sharing to do. Seema, since you brought up how important this was to you, why don't you kick us off?
Sure. Mine are kind of long. I'm just going to try to read them. Well, I won't read them, but I'll look away while I speak because that's my monitors over here. So I think for Bellevue Schools Foundation, they wanted you to know that they have an Education Connections on November 19th. The information is on their website and Facebook page for sign up. It's a Zoom meeting, and they're going to have two people from BSD's MHAT mental health assistance team discuss, how they've navigated through depression, anxiety, and social isolation. They're going to be talking about, they're going to be providing data from their first semester, and they're going to be, bringing in powerful student stories. And so I think one of the things I will ask is, I'm happy to share maybe with Eileen some of the direct emails I got from Bellevue Schools Foundation and what I got from Jubilee Reach, and perhaps you can pull from that what you think might be relevant to the community. Christine brought that up more broadly beyond liaisons, also just partner updates, but I don't know if we would want to have a separate place or we want to just integrate it chronologically, but basically she's asked, could we please let parents know that we have an Education Connections, opportunity on November 19th. And it could be that we're mainly just using our site to help amplify what BSF is doing. They also wanted you to know that their Clickathon was a huge success. They raised more than $150,000 in 48 hours. They're really excited for that money because they're going to be able to use it to continue to do what BSF does well, which is, everything from computer science lessons to robotics support, staff being trained up to deal with anxiety and depression, particularly online, funding the Family Connection Centers, and then providing digital copies of culturally responsive books for grades 1 through 5. So they also got, they solicited grant applications from from BSD's curriculum developers, and they're working on ways to enhance essentially curriculum during the time of the COVID pandemic. So their goal is to be able to fund 100% of the requests. So there's more information you can get on BSF's foundation site, but I think it's just been pretty exciting just to see the depth and breadth of their creativity in time of COVID to keep doing what they're doing. And what's really amazing is they've been pretty successful with continuing really robust fundraising, even with all digital events. So similar to that, let me just fast forward that on Jubilee Reach, each board member got an invite to their Festival of Trees event. So you're being comped to go. It's free to go. It's going to be a virtual event, and they would just love to have people come. And I think any donation would be greatly appreciated. And it's a tax-deductible financial gift. So I think if we go back to each board member and each staff member being an ambassador for, these various arms of our school district that really help, elevate everything we do, Jubilee Reach is probably one that's really close to the greatest needs. So some of these stories are pretty striking. Just from the last time I gave the update, Randy Eng, who's their executive director, wanted everybody to know that he literally added 42 more families. So they are serving a total of 676 families. Just in their Groceries for Families program, What's interesting is the families get perishables along with non-perishables, and then essentials like toothbrushes, toothpaste, detergents, and there's all these different ways you can sign up. You could give a, flat out donation. You can sign up to be on point, to be like, I will give groceries, I will provide groceries once a week to a family. But in terms of need, it's pretty staggering. The number of families I just described, how many he added, but he estimated that there's 2,800 children between the age of 0 and 18 who are receiving food through Jubilee Reach's community effort. And he thinks that for every family that's no longer receiving support and they leave his program, there's 5 more that are added. So it's staggering. I thought it was, it was interesting just what he was saying in terms of, what kinds of families are being impacted. He noted that a lot of people are losing their jobs as, landscapers, as, in the service industry. And he's seeing this every day with who's lining up to ask for help. Most of these families were employed and they lost their jobs. He said sort of workers in the restaurants, landscaping, house cleaners, and service businesses are basically losing their jobs and they can't find work. So they and their entire family are now in need. Okay, sorry, I know that I'm going on too long, but their site coaches have been really critical. They're engaged with students across all 13 schools, and they provide social emotional support during the actual classes online, and they continue with trying to do after school clubs and activities. So that's just basically an overview. If you needed sort of a pitch to give someone and say, how can you give money? I think those 2 groups, along with, I'm sure, Eastside Pathways, would be very worthwhile causes. So thank you.
Thanks, Seema. That's great. And those are super worthwhile causes. Couldn't agree more. Carolyn, you look like you're ready to go.
Am I? Oh, well, I guess I am. I have a little report on the PTSA Council. They had their November meeting on Monday, the first Monday of the month. And I just wanted to hit 2 major points about what they're up to. One, in terms of advocacy, they had their legislative assembly. It's funny, these things are very parallel, the WASDA one, and so forth, where they meet and they get together and figure out what the priorities for lobbying our state government are going to be. And we had a lot of involvement here. I don't have the numbers, but each PTA, each local unit PTA is able to send a number of delegates, and then the council as well. So the bottom line is the state priorities turned out to be nursing and counselors in light of COVID-19, education funding, digital inclusion, so that kids around the state can all log in and be educated at this time. Support for students with disabilities, and gun violence and suicide, and each one of those has got a zillion more bullet points under it, which we can find on their website. And then locally, they've been working on family and community engagement, and so today they did some support sessions for parents of seniors online, and those were given both in English and in Spanish. And there's a coffee hour the PTSA is giving for parents on November 13th, where people can log in and, just share concerns, ask for advice from more experienced parents, or, share what they know. And the PTSA would like to figure out how to add some kind of volunteer tutoring to what they can offer, in light of the fact that, some kids are struggling with online, and we might have some parents or older students in the community who would be able to provide that, but they're trying to figure out how to do it within all the guidelines. Because in the old days, you would have asked the principal for a room, and then you would have, figured out the insurance requirements and gotten all your ducks in a row, gotten people background checked. And it's kind of hard to know how to make those logistics work in the pandemic. So don't be surprised if PTSA leaders reach out to try to figure this out. That's all I have.
Thanks, Carolyn. I couldn't find the mute button. Sorry. Erica, do you want to jump in, and then we'll go with Francine, and then I'll wrap and be.
For Eastside Pathways has continued to do, or the remote learning group has continued to do their meetings on Tuesdays. I haven't been able to go the last couple of days because I had a new meeting get scheduled at the exact same time for work. But so one of the things that came out of the initial convening, the group put together a sort of an interview session with families from both BSD and Lake Washington. It was hosted in Spanish, and it asked a series of questions on how remote learning was going for families, what the biggest challenges were, and you know, what would be most helpful to them. And the main thing that came out of that was communication and finding information in a way that was usable for them. And so the group has been creating weekly YouTube videos that jointly between Lake Washington and BSD in Spanish, just sort of giving kind of a digest on like, here's what's come out from the districts this week and what you need to know. And so I have not had a chance to catch up on all the notes on, you know, how the reception to that has gone, but I'm excited about it, and I think they're doing great work. So many thanks to Benjamin Roldan, especially from BSD, who's been really spearheading that for the district. And that's it.
Thank you, Erica. All right, Francine, do you want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, I think I snuck in some of my updates, and Carolyn went through the Superintendent Advisory Committee. I mentioned YouthLink. Again, they're great group of students representing across the schools, and I'll get more of an update since our meetings coincided. I did want to add, kind of in the spirit of pass off, it's nice when Carolyn raises all those issues because I heard them in the PTSA council meeting, but that way if it comes up in discussion, like around, you know, supporting volunteers, it's something that we've brought forward at this meeting. Carolyn and I also met with a teacher and had some discussions around mastery-based grading and also the math tech book and the curriculum and some ongoing concerns there. So we just wanted to make sure that we shared that continues to be a concern for some educators and kind of how that's impacting students, since that might be something that comes up either in committee or eventually to the full board. There's still another 3 years on that curriculum, but we just wanted to share that. And I just appreciate hearing the different things. I also want to call out that since Seema mentioned that Randy Yang, the head of Jubilee Reach, is one of our co-chairs for the Superintendent's Advisory Committee working on the budget. So we definitely appreciate all of our community partners and how they give back to our district in so many ways. But I think really taking a good look at how we are not just the board, but overall liaising with our community partners and how important it is always, but even more so now. But then internally, how are we making sure that the supports that we are providing as a district, for example, through the family, through the FCCs, is that being supported in a way that really integrates with what our community partners are doing. So we're really reaching all the families that need that support in a concerted way. So I think it just, hearing this just raises that in my mind to really get a sense of how well are we doing that to serve those needs, especially as those needs continue to grow. Thanks.
All right, thank you. I have met a couple times now with the special needs PTSA parents, and also I've met with Heather Edlund and Kristen Callisto. She has a double last name, and one only shows up in the thing, and I always mess that up. I'm sorry. I got to get that. I will work on getting that name right. Anyway, what I want to call out, that's really going to bother me. I want to look that up. But anyway, I'll go on and then I'll get that correct.
It's Wong Callisto. It's Kristen Wong Callisto.
Thank you, Eva. I think only one of those names shows up in the email, and I get confused every time because of it. So Krista Wong-Callisto and Heather Edlund have been generous with their time, not only with me, but also with the special needs PTSA, and they are meeting regularly with them. And I heard some really exciting updates from the folks I met with, the 4 folks in October. They said that the in-person services are really a blessing. They're so grateful to have those and seeing a lot of great progress. Again, they said wonderful things about the staff who are working directly with their children, putting in the effort and doing their best to support the students. So the things that they did call out though as being a little bit frustrating is the IEP plans have learning goals, and the goals help measure the progress of students, but in some ways that the goals aren't always set to be oriented around outcomes for the kids. They're more about compliance. So the examples I was given were more things like this opportunity was offered to the student, regardless of whether the student was able to access it or take advantage of it or learn from it or advance their actual own learning. It was more about compliance-based goals. And so anything we can do to shift that will be helpful, because especially with the kids out of school, out of building, if it becomes those things are less relevant, or the impact of them is less than it would be if they were in person. So it matters even more when we're in remote to make sure that the goals are actually able to measure where the kid is at, because then you can make adjustments. So that was something that's called out, not just as a general issue, but something that's particularly important in these times. They also talked about appreciating the regular meetings and communication that Krista and Heather are providing for them, and that sort of work. And then finally, that there are still several students who need additional services, and so they're anxious for the additional in-person and other opportunities to roll out. That's something that's critical, and I'm sure I left out a few things, but and they also made a really positive comment that was really motivating. I just was excited to hear it. The week before, they said about a week before we met, they had noticed some kind of concerted shift in how attentive the staff was being, not just in general, because they already were, but really like listening to family voices. There was supposed to be an opportunity where the district was going to ask questions of the families, not just to update the IEP plans, which still feels to some of the folks that the parents aren't having much of a voice in that, but also just get feedback and input on how the kids are doing. And while all that hadn't necessarily happened, there was just a feeling that there was some kind of transition going on, and they were really grateful for that. So that was exciting. In fact, when I heard that, it felt really exciting, because it didn't sound like an isolated anecdote. It sounded like a movement. I also want to let folks know that I met with a few representatives from the Bellevue Educators of Color Network to talk about what's going on and where the board can help and where the superintendent can help, and talk about roles and talk about learning about their concern. And really, one of the things that I got out of, now I've got so many notes scattered here, but one of the things that's important to them is really making sure that we're living the value of collaboration, and that all the voices are being heard and accounted for. And one of the teachers in particular really just talked about how important it was to her that the district, that the board, when we're forming policies, that the district and the work they're doing, how important it was that they are reaching out to our community directly and not guessing what our community needs or thinking what they need. So that was a big thing. I will be meeting with the administrators. I'm trying to look up what that group is called, but the administrators who wrote the letter to us that was read out. I don't have a date set for that, but I offered to talk with them, and so they were going to get back with some dates. And so I'll give you an update as to any concerns or anything that they raised that would be helpful for us to hear. And that's what I have primarily for updates right now. Are there any other things that people wanted to bring up tonight? Great. So we have a need that is becoming critical for an executive session. We are at 9:29 and we were supposed to be done our executive session 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. So I don't know if the board would like to have one now or to try to schedule one between now and the next board meeting, but there's some stuff that we have to go over that we need to have in place really within a week that I think is important. So my ask is, would you like to meet for say 15 minutes right now just to take care of the critical nature items? Or would you like to schedule an additional executive session? Chime in now and we'll make a call and be done with it.
I'd like to have a short break and then just get it done.
Let's hear from the rest of folks.
I think Seema had to step away, so we might not hear from her at this exact minute.
She said she would be right back. So what about you? Let's hear from you and Erica, and then we'll check in.
I would like a minute's break, and then I could forge ahead.
Erica?
Yeah, it really is about 15 minutes. Then let's just do it and not try to find time later.
I think we have one thing to accomplish and 2 things to decide next steps on, and I think that's it. If we do that, then we can keep it short. And so, Seema, are you back yet? Then I'm just going to make the call here. We're not going to wait to hear. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then, oh, Seema's here. Do you want to give your 2 cents on this? I don't know if you heard the question. The question is, we have to do some executive session work. Did you want me to schedule an executive session?
Let's do it. Let's really, yeah.
Great. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to meet up in the executive session room. When we finish, we will come and just close this board meeting. There will be absolutely no additional action taken by the board tonight. We will go into exec session, we will finish, we will close this meeting. So that's it. Thank you everybody for coming, and we are not quite adjourned. I've lost the screen that I'm supposed to read, so give me a sec and I'll read it. The purpose of this executive session is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussion of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur at a meeting open to the public. And when the board elects to take final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken at a meeting open to the public. Thank you very much. Again, to staff who stayed and to everyone who has joined us tonight. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll be back to close the meeting in about 20 minutes. 5-minute break, 15-minute session. Thanks.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Eva.
Why are you guys on this meeting? I thought we were supposed to be on the executive meeting.
I'm just getting back from my break and I just hadn't gone over there yet.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm on the other one. I'm gonna go back to that one.
Okay. What is this? Can you invite me in there, Seema? I seem to have it.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you to those who stuck around, and thanks for being here. Have a great night. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Mike. I'm gonna unlive us.